Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Will County Board meeting for October 20th, 2022. I'll call this meeting to order. Leader Mueller, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm just having a moment of silence today instead of a prayer. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Sorry.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Tyson. Here. Gazanfer. Trainier. Present. Fritz. Present. Gould. Here. Van Dyne. Present. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Here. Parker. Here. Ventura. Present. Coleman. Here. Markham. Here. Berkowitz. Here. Pretzel. Weigel. Here. Freeman. Present. Krolitis. Present. Cowan. 20
present, 5 absent.
With 20 members present, we have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication. Motion by Mueller, seconded by Newquist. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist.
Yes.
Mustis. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. Yes. Winfrey. Yes. Parker. Yes. Ventura. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham. Yes. Berkowitz. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Krolitis. Yes. Cowan.
Yes. 25 affirmative.
20. Yeah, 20.
I'm sorry.
20 affirmative, the motion carries. I need a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the August 18th, 2022 executive session. Motion by Mustis, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Trainier. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. I need a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the September 15th, 2022 board meeting. Motion by Trainier, seconded by Freeman. Is there previous roll call by Markham, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge the elected officials and media present today?
Yes, today we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino Tarrant, County Clerk Lauren Staley Ferry, Treasurer Tim Brophy, and the Mayor of Homer Glen, George Yukich. That is all I see. And we don't have any media present today.
At this time, we'll have our resolutions and proclamations. Board Member Krolitis, would you read the proclamation recognizing October as National Substance Abuse Prevention Month?
Thank you very much. Recognizing October as National Substance Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas millions of Americans suffer from substance abuse, which includes underage drinking, alcohol dependency, non-medical use of prescription drugs, abuse of over-the-counter medication, and illicit drug use. And whereas the number of overdose deaths in our country is now at its highest level in history, with approximately 150,000 in the last 12 months and a record 250,000 forecasted by year end. And whereas studies show that the earlier an individual starts smoking, drinking, or using other drugs, the greater the likelihood of developing addiction. 9 out of 10 people who use, abuse, or are addicted to nicotine, alcohol, or other drugs began using these substances before they were 18. And whereas October has been a time to highlight the vital role substance abuse prevention has been in both individual and community health, and whereas prevention strategies targeting the root of the problem are essential to curb drug and alcohol abuse and help people lead healthier lives. And whereas this is also a time to remember those who have lost their lives to substance abuse, to acknowledge those in recovery as well as children, parents, family, and friends supporting them. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Will County Board and the Will County Executive hereby recognize October as National Substance Abuse Prevention Month. Be it further proclaimed that the Will County Board and the Will County Executive urge the citizens of Will County to support community prevention and education programs to make substance abuse prevention a public health priority. So thank you for recognizing this. I did want to just briefly mention
We have a
that-
motion by Krolitis. We have a seconded by Ventura. Is there a previous roll call? Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Mustis. All in favor? Any opposed? We'd like to add Raquel Mitchell. Would you like to be a yes on that vote? All right, thank you. And
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off on that. I do want to mention that.
one more.
Okay.
We'd like to add Gazanfer as well to the roll call.
Okay.
Would you like to be a yes on the substance abuse proclamation? Would you like, yes, okay. Thank you.
It's okay. I'm going to make sure I'm not cutting you off again. Good, good, good. Thank you. I provided some information here today on Victoria's Voice. The Seagulls have made this a mission of theirs. They lost their daughter, Victoria, when she was 18 years old on an overdose, and they just really have made this a mission to help parents all across the country. The book here is called Victoria Voice. This is David and Jackie Siegel's story of what happened with their daughter and sharing her journal. What I wanted to mainly highlight today is Vital Signs. This is a program for parents. Jackie and David admit that they missed the signs that was happening with their child and in their home. So they have developed a program to help parents all across the country see the signs and provide a great resource and a tool. So Vital Signs is a video program. It's 3 hours of video. It's 44 lessons. The curriculum includes low self-esteem, bullying, sexual behaviors, alcohol, nicotine, marijuana, vaping, and drugs. I have watched this program. I've been involved with this group for quite a few years now. They really want to raise awareness. They want to help parents, right? Parents are the first line of defense in their home. So this program will help parents see the signs, and it's a great resource for them. It is free and is done extremely well. This brochure, I have many of those here making available. I've provided them to my state rep, to my township, and then Dr. Burke is also working with providing this information to parents throughout Will County at our pop-up clinics. So if you would like any more of these for your community, for your township, for friends and family, I have these. Again, you can click and go through this. It is a parent's resource. We concentrate a lot on the youth and rehabilitating them and helping them, but this is for the parents, which I think is a missing piece. The parents know what's best for their children. They know what's going on in their home, and this is a tool and a resource. So I just wanted to make that available. We talk a lot about the crisis, but really what we need is answers and resources. So I hope that Vital Signs can help parents across Will County save their children and family members, as we now see that this is the highest time, the highest level in history with overdose deaths in our country. So this is a great resource, again, for parents. So thank you.
Thank
If
you.
anyone would like any more information, I have it at my desk.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments for today's agenda items? No, that's not. Julie's a member of the board. So it's for, that came from,
Are
That, yeah,
Are you
that's,
reading it during your
this,
comment?
yeah, this, Julie's a member of this board, so she'll be able to speak during, when we have the presentation on this, you can speak during that time on this. Okay, yep. Is there anyone else from public comments? You can come up now. Oh, they sent it to you instead of public comments? Yes, but. All right, what, you can read it then. Oh, yeah, we'll let you act in that. Go ahead, if you'd like. It says here from you, that's why. So you'll have to say who it's from then.
Okay. And we're doing that now, not during the
Well,
agenda
if it's
item?
not from you, yes, read who
Okay.
it's from and
Okay.
read their public comment.
Thank you. Okay, I have a comment, and it's forwarded from Mary Bridget Graham from the Fraternal Order of Police. It's titled, Threatening Illinoisans' Safety, 6 Major Flaws in the Safety Act's End to Cash Bail. From Wire Points, the authors are Ted Dabrowski and John Klillinger. Proponents of Illinois Safety Act claim that the law's provisions to end the cash bail will make Illinoisans more safe once the provisions are implemented on January 1st, 2023. They claim the new law will give judges more discretion to detain dangerous criminal suspects. They also claim that the law poses no problem for the state's many jurisdictions concerned they'll have to release what could total thousands of potentially dangerous defendants on January 1st as a result of the elimination of bail. A detailed analysis by Wire Points of the Safety Act's provision to end cash bail and soften pretrial detention rules finds the changes to be reckless as a matter of law and dangerous to the residents of Illinois. Below, we lay out 6 major areas of concern, several of which directly disprove the claims made by the Act's proponents. The Safety Act ends cash bail abruptly without offsetting mitigations to keep victims and the public safe. It almost entirely eliminates judicial discretion except for a few enumerated crimes. It creates a class of dangerous crimes that are non-detainable, increasing overall risk to the public. It removes the threat to community standard from the new law, rendering many crimes virtually non-detainable. It makes proving a high likelihood of willful flight nearly impossible, rendering many crimes effectively non-detainable. It makes likely the release of thousands of alleged criminals on January 1st. WirePoint's analysis is based on a plain reading of the law and conversations with various lawmakers, state's attorneys, and other officials. The Safety Act ends cash bail without offsetting mitigations to keep victims and the public safe. There's little argument that Illinois' cash bail system has its limitations and problems, but the replacement of the state's longstanding system has been done shoddily and without debate, resulting in even less public safety. The process by which it was passed, 800 pages pushed through in the middle of the night on the last day of session with little input from the proper parties, has been well documented by now. As a result, Illinois will go from a 3-pronged system where defendants are either detained under a threat to the community for certain crimes, which include felonies, ineligible for probation or stalking or aggravated stalking, granted cash bail, or being released on their own recognizance. It will go to a 2-pronged system under the Safety Act, where even fewer dangerous criminals will be detainable.
Julie, that's your 3 minutes, so you're going to have to either hold on till we discuss it now, but that's it. You get 3 minutes in public comment, so thank you very
Okay.
much. Is there any other public comments for the agenda items? All right, thank you. All resolutions and ordinances from the September 15th, 2022 board meeting have been signed and returned, except for resolution number 22-292 regarding IMRF participation for certain county board members, which was vetoed. And at this time, I would like to invite, is there any comments? Okay, we need to invite Alan Oshab, Metra's Senior Director of Budget Management, to present Metra's fiscal year 2023 budget. Hello, and if you could introduce yourselves, that'd be wonderful.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Executive, and good morning, board members. My name is Alan Oshab. I am the Metra's Senior Director of Budget and Management Analysis. I am here on behalf of your county board representative at Metra, Don Orsina, who is not able to attend today. With me is Metra's Will County Community Affairs Representative, Noe Gallardo, and he'll assist me if there are any questions that I cannot answer. At the October meeting, Metra staff presented a proposed budget to Metra's Board of Directors, and I'd like just to spend a couple moments to highlight some of the key points of that budget. Metra is proposing an operating budget of $980 million for 2023. The budget is balanced, as $980 million of operating cost is fully funded by $980 million of operating revenues, which consist of passenger fare and other system-generated revenues, sales taxes, and federal relief funding. So on the operating expense side, the budget at $980 million is about $80 million or 8.9% higher than our 2022 budget. And the large driver of the increase is inflation that we're all experiencing. We're seeing large costs in general inflation, medical premiums, fuel, and insurance. Additionally, wages are increasing as well, contributing to the 8.9% increase. Our budget on the operating side also anticipates a return to pre-pandemic service levels. Currently, throughout the whole system, we're running at about 85% of pre-pandemic levels, and we continue to look for opportunities to increase service to help encourage and attract passengers to come back to our service. The schedules will not be the same, even if we do hit 100% of pre-pandemic service levels, but the number of trains and crews should be very similar. On the operating revenue side, Metra is projecting $218 million of system-generated revenue. This is mostly passenger fare revenue. Our budget projects ridership increasing from 40% at the beginning of 2023 to 55% by the end of 2023. And this compares to about 40% that we're currently seeing with our ridership. What we're seeing in our weekly ridership is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are our largest ridership days, where we're almost 50% on those days, and Monday and Friday we're lower, maybe closer to 35 to 40%, averaging 40% through the whole week. Our normal pattern that we see is that at the last part of this year, due to holidays, ridership declines a little bit. Cold weather, people will be more interested in staying at home than coming downtown to work. But then we anticipate that picking up and trending towards the 55% throughout 2023. On the fare side, staff presented Metra's board with a proposal that will revert pricing to a distance-based system, with the monthly pass pricing being equivalent to 16 full one-way trip rides. That would be a 45% reduction from what we were offering pre-pandemic. Previously, we had priced that monthly pass at 29 one-way tickets, so that's where the 45% discount is coming in. Additionally, we are restructuring our day passes. So currently we have a $6 and $10 day pass. We are reverting back to what we had done pre-pandemic of just the day pass is 2 one-way tickets. In addition to that option, other options we are considering is our current Super Saver $100 monthly pass, as well as the $6 and $10 day passes. The board expressed support in continuing those programs. Those programs are pilot programs, not intended to be permanent programs, and they were intended to encourage and attract ridership. So based on the board's comments, we are going back and pricing that out and determining and coming up with a recommendation for the board when we present our final budget at our November meeting. In addition to the $218 million from passenger revenue, Metra's budget will be balanced by utilizing $523 million of sales taxes. Sales taxes have been pretty strong the last couple of years. We've been benefiting from online sales. It's been expanded, the base from which taxes can be collected. And interestingly, we have not seen any degradation of sales taxes due to the economic conditions we are living in. The last part that will help balance our budget is federal COVID relief funding. We're going to use about $238 million of that. This is CARES, CRISA, and ARPA Act funds. Over the last 3 years, we received $1.1 million of those federal COVID relief funds. We are estimating we'll carry forward about $600 million into 2023 to use going forward. However, based on our projections, we anticipate this funding relief to be fully exhausted during our 2025 operating year, and we are projecting a slight deficit in our budget in 2025. That deficit will have to be filled either with new funding sources or with budget balancing actions that Metra's staff will have to recommend and the board will have to approve. On the capital side, our capital budget is almost $505 million. This is coming from a variety of sources, 50% from the federal government through federal formula, about another 25% through an RTA bond issuance. And additionally, PAYGO funds are also helping support this $505 million budget. Some of the key projects that are being worked on include station reconstruction for about $120 million, rail car rehabilitation and upgrades and purchases, $71 million. With the purchases, you may have seen in our press releases and in the news in the last couple of months that we've entered into a contract with a provider to create new passenger cars with a lot of new conveniences for our passengers, also hoping to attract and retain our current base. Other improvements include locomotive, bridges, ticket vending machines. We're looking to put ticket vending machines at all of our stations, help with fare collection, help with our conductors on board, make it easier for our passengers who are not our normal passengers to get tickets. Over the 5-year capital planning period, we are scheduled to receive almost $2 billion of capital funds that will be used on projects that I just mentioned and other projects. So just a couple of public service announcements here. So since this is a proposed budget, it is open for public comment. Public hearings, including a virtual hearing for Metra's proposed 2023 operating and capital program and budget, will be held throughout the Northeast Illinois region on November 2nd and November 3rd between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. The virtual public hearing will be held on November 2nd, and instructions for attending that virtual hearing can be viewed at Metra's website at metra.com. Specifically for Will County, the Will County budget hearing is scheduled for Wednesday, November 2nd at Joliet City Hall Council Chambers. Additionally, Metra seeks comment on its new strategic plan. Metra is soliciting public comment for our 2023-2027 strategic plan, which focuses on identifying and addressing operational and financial challenges in the post-COVID world. The strategic plan draft is titled My Metra, Our Future, and is an update of our previous strategic plan, which was entitled On Track to Excellence. The plan is intended to be a roadmap leading Metra from where we are now to where we want to be in 5 years. Interested riders and other Metra stakeholders are urged to review the draft, which can also be found at metra.com, and there's a separate folder for strategic plan, and you'll be allowed to provide comments in this area. We will also be conducting virtual meetings on October 26th. That information is also on our website. In-person open houses will also be held throughout the region. The open house schedule is posted on our website as well. So, Madam Executive, that concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions that you or any of your board members have.
If you have questions, if you could press your button and we'll call on you, but I see you, Margaret, so we'll let you go first.
Thank you, Madam Executive.
Please.
Do you have a program where you sell trains that are no longer in use do you auction them off to make money?
So a lot of our trains are original trains from President Eisenhower era. So our staff has become very adept as to upgrading, rehabbing, and continuing service on those. So that is going to be one of the key things with our new passenger service, our passenger rail car contract, and getting those new cars is replacing some of those old cars that are currently in service and have been rehabbed. What we generally do with our older cars, it depends on the condition of them. If they're not really reusable elsewhere, we'll scrap them. Some of our cars, for example, we've put on lease to our partners at the South Shore. We've leased our electric cars to them as they are expanding their service. So we try to use the assets as long as we can. Capital dollars are scarce, and when it's no longer able to rehab them, doing a cost-benefit analysis, we will then scrap those cars.
That's incredible. Thank you.
County Board Member Mustis.
Yeah. Did I see something on the news that, was it Metro that was buying refurbished engines?
We
at
are.
about a 50% reduction in cost from new?
Correct.
It was a new program you were entering that was going to, I guess it was a pilot program, but it sounds like they could work out pretty well for
Yes.
purchasing of new engines.
So these engines are not typical passenger locomotives.
For
We are
freight,
refurbishing freight switchers
Right.
that we were able to acquire. The first one just came out. We were showing it, and you may have seen the press release related to the unveiling of that a couple weeks ago. We anticipate another 14 of those kind of locomotives to be coming out over the next year and a half, maybe about one a month. And we are expecting not only better emissions because of that, but also fuel efficiency, and obviously, since they're newer, better reliability, which should help control our operating costs.
Yeah, and the question I really wanted to ask was on modeling future operations and cost and ridership. We're never going to, in my opinion, at least not for a long time, we're not going back to pre-COVID type conditions. You mentioned like Mondays and Fridays are off. That's because people get the option of working at home, right, on Mondays and Fridays. I mean, they only go to the office a couple of days a week. So I'm just interested in if you're doing this, and you mentioned it a little bit, but I mean, I'm just wondering what kind of modeling we do, Metro does, going forward, say a 5-year modeling, say, that where you're going to look at trying to bring down operational cost and so forth, how that might look. I mean, are you doing those types of modeling for the future where you think you need to be 5 years from now?
Well, absolutely, we are. We are looking forward. So there's a little bit of uncertainty here. We have been reliant, as well as all public transportation agencies across the country, on federal relief funding to fill the gap that lower passenger revenues have caused. Like I said, in 2025 is the first time we're going to see a little bit of a deficit, but then going forward, if there is nothing to backfill or to replace that federal COVID relief funding, either federally or locally, Metro will have to make some decisions as to how we're going to do a balanced budget. The decisions that we don't really want to make, we're hopeful that there is a solution, but when you consider that Metro's budget, 2/3, 70% of it is labor and fringe costs. And, when you think about, we have 11 different lines of varying usage and profitability, there may be some decisions that are difficult that we'll have to consider in order to balance our budget. So right now, we see what might be happening in the future in a couple of years. We're hopeful that there are some funding solutions, whether federal or local, that continue to support public transportation in general, as well as Metro's offering, because we think we have a great offering for the region and that we're a key part of the economic engine of the region. And we'd like to continue offering the current robust service that we provide.
I would agree with that, Shirley, but, and the other thing, real quickly, how is Metro going to benefit from the infrastructure bill passed by Congress?
Well, it is providing more money to us, so we are now able to program more future capital projects utilizing those funds. You know, previous to the pandemic, we were always asking for more capital dollars. It started with the governor with his new bill in 2019 that provided some local relief, and now the federal government is stepping up and providing some additional federal relief. And we're looking to optimize every dollar we can get because we have a system that, although safe, is in need of upgrade and modernization. And we're looking for every dollar we can get to do that.
Do you know what you might receive? I mean, you
I do not know that
you
number right
You
now.
do not know yet. Okay, thanks.
Looks like that's it. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Madam Clerk, will you, nope, not yet. I was going to say add Judy to the roll, but she's gone again, so we'll wait till she gets back. At this time, we are going to have Speaker Cowan handle the vacancy, and then she will change her hat and become the chair and appoint the county board District 2. So, Speaker Cowan.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to declare a vacancy in County Board District Number 2.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Is there a previous roll call? By Brooks, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Now, Madam Executive, following the legal, what I'm supposed to do. Procedure, thank you. The word would be procedure. I will now step out and inform the Republican and Democratic Party chairs of the vacancy.
We'll recess for approximately 3 minutes. Is that 3 minutes? Oh. We will add Judy Ogala to the roll call. There we go. And County Board Member Brooks. All right, we'll come back to order.
Oh, I know.
Chair Cowan.
Thank you. The county party chairs have been notified. So with that, I would like to nominate Mark Flagel to the vacancy in County Board District 2.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Would you like a roll call? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizalone. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Mustis. Mitchell. Is not here. Okay. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. Brooks. Yes. Winfrey. Yes. Parker. Yes. Ventura. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham. Yes. Berkowitz.
Yeah, the appointment, this is a vacancy, and it goes to pretty much the chairman to select who they want, so. And it has to be from the same party, so I don't think we've ever included kind of a background on the individual. Yeah, it's up.
But I will vote yes, but in the future, as a courtesy to the board, would you please provide that?
I don't make the agenda, so we can, we can bring the person in and introduce themselves. Yeah.
For the public's point of view as well, to have that attached to the agenda.
We'll definitely take that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Curlitis. Yes. Cowan. Yes. And Mitchell, would you like to? Yes. Thank you. I know, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 affirmative.
22 members in the affirmative. The motion carries. So at this time, we'd like to invite Mark up to come and we'll swear you in.
Mm-hmm.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Mark Flagel,
I, Mark Flagel,
having been appointed
to the office of county board member
and commissioner of the Forest Preserve District
for the
county of Will
for the county of Will
in the state of
Illinois,
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the state of Illinois,
and the Constitution of the state of Illinois,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I'll faithfully discharge the duties
of my office as Will County board member,
as my office as a Will County Board Member, District 2,
and Commissioner of the Forest Preserve District
and Commissioner of the Forest Preserve District
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome. All right, we're going to move on to Land Use and Development Committee. Chair Markham.
Good morning, everybody. I'll begin by making the motion to open the public hearing for all land use cases. I so move.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Ventura. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Newquist. Yes. Ogalla. Yes. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. Yes. Brooks. Yes. Winfrey.
Yes.
Parker. Yes. Ventura. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Krolitis. Yes. Cowan.
25 members affirmative. We are now in public hearing. Please be advised, absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this land use public hearing is closed. Do we have any comments from the public for the public hearing? If you do, you can come up right here and we'll walk around on there. Yeah. You can come. Pardon me? Oh.
Go now.
If you have public comment for the hearing, yeah, you come up now. Thank you. We should save it. Hello. If you can, will you state your name and tell us what case you are here for?
I am Bonnie Willis. I'm with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Group and a Homer resident, and I'm with the case for the self-storage facility in Homer Glen. So I'm sorry if this is repeat, and you've heard this a million times, but I just want to give one last speech about it. I am the realtor that is representing the seller and the buyer of the storage facility and the property on 159th Street. Not only am I the realtor, but I'm also a resident of Homer Township and have been for 22 years. And I personally do live right across the street from where this development is supposed to be built. I just kind of want to go over the surrounding areas of that property. I know there's opposition, and Homer Glen has opposed it with a formal objection. And on that property, on 159th Street, I know the question is that it's spot zoning, but if you look at the properties that are there, we start from Gauger Road on the north side of the road of 159th Street, and you have a gas station. There's 30-some acres that still need to be developed. There's Forest Preserve. There's Mr. Lacasio's property, which is a pole barn that sells furniture, and a landscaping business behind it that has equipment, trucks, debris, landscaping supplies that's behind it. And then you have this property. And then you have Leopona's property, which is another 40 acres, which I do have listed as well. And then you have the Lockport Moose, which their property is never going to probably be for sale. I've actually tried to sell it, tried to buy, list it several times, and they use it. It's a community center. It's like a picnic grove, and it's used by the community. Then you have John Bay's property, which in the state, I think he has about 7 acres or 10 acres there. I have a letter from John Bay's that is in favor of this development. He's actually very excited about it. Then you have Don Dahl, who also has a pole barn. It's a landscaping business. Then you have Kettler, which has trucks and trailers and more like a truck stop, and then vacant land to the east up to Cedar Road. Across the street, you have a bank. Then you have Barry's Landscaping, which is about 37 acres, pole barns, equipments, trucks, landscaping, tree farm, all of that. Then you have a small subdivision, and then you have my subdivision. My subdivision has homes valued between $400,000 and $900,000. I have 30 signatures plus 5 verbal people who have said that they are in favor of it. I personally know that at one point we owned an I-1 property in Lockport, and 3 of my neighbors stored their camper and their boats and their trailers, their Junior Miss trailer for softball, on our property because there was nowhere around in our areas to store those items for them. And then you have another couple houses that are up for sale for commercial. So with that being said, there's another gas station going on to the other end. I feel like this facility will benefit Homer Glen. It will serve the community because it will offer a place for storage. The storage facility is paved, it's lighted, it's gated, it has the decor of what Homer Glen stands for. Homer Glen has opposed it, but my question to them is, what do they expect to be on these properties? The dimensions of the properties are 657 feet wide, and they're 2,300 feet deep. And we know with COVID and what has happened recently in here is that there are no big box stores that are no longer looking to build. These properties are in no man's land. Homer Glen is actually looking at, their focus is on next to Denolfo's, which is a 135-acre property that they're looking to develop with their commercial and housing. Across the street is 50 acres from Denolfo's that they're going to develop with houses, which are smaller homes, smaller garages. They're going to need the same type of facility. Then they are looking to do a downtown development in Homer Glen, which is probably going to be more focused around the Village Hall than this property. So this property is kind of to be developed by Homer Glen, or anything with Homer Glen will probably be another 5 or 10 years. They'd hope to have a developer, a master developer that comes in and buys all 3 properties, but realistically, is that something that will happen? It will most likely sit there. And I feel like for the sellers, these sellers have been trying to sell these properties for 10 years. First, they waited on the expansion of the highway, and then they're waiting for the water and sewer, and then now they want to wait for a master developer. It's not fair. They're paying taxes for other people to wait for them to develop it, if that makes sense. This property, this development will provide sales tax. It'll provide real estate tax. There's no negative impact on the schools. There's low impact on the traffic. On the traffic, I pull out of my subdivision, they're going 70 miles an hour. There is no way that a commercial development or a housing development could actually be built there and the traffic be able to be smooth without more improvements such as lights or something. So right now, the traffic could not be, it couldn't hold the traffic flow that would be provided by those type of developments. They would like it to be a business park, but business parks are pretty much obsolete. They thought that would be the idea that would go into Homer Glen. The other thing that they thought was in their comprehensive plan, they have an old comprehensive plan from 10 years ago. And their current comprehensive plan that they have that has not been approved actually makes this a mixed-use area. And that's exactly what this is, the type of development that it is. Most commercial in Homer Glen is on 159th Street and Bell Road, 143rd Street and Bell Road, and the other parcels that I had mentioned. So this area is literally no man's land. Again, I keep saying. Lockport, anything that is near that area is pretty much have went to Lockport. It's on the other side of 355. That's where all the fast foods and the developments, the car dealership are going across down there. I feel in my heart that this development will fit in our subdivision. It will be quiet. It will be a needed community, help the community for servicing. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous this time. It will help serve the community for people because we have HOAs, and our HOAs do not allow RVs and boats and storage of trailers. So this will serve the people in the community to be able to give them a place to be. Volo, he has a development just like this in Volo, Illinois, and we know exactly what he's going to build. And every day, literally, I just got a voicemail from him the other day that people go by and they love his development. It's aesthetically, it's very nice. I feel like if there were people that were against it, we had the public hearing, other than Homer Glen, they would have came to the public hearing. Nobody has came to speak against it. We are a prime example in Homer Glen. If people are against something, they are showing up by the groves and they are talking against it. They have not done this with this development. And people who are for it don't care. They're just like, yeah, let it happen. So I've got signatures of people who are for it. I've talked to D.R. Horton. about this facility, if it would harm or make them not interested in developing townhouses or houses. And they had told me directly that actually no, townhouses and houses, this would complement them. The nice thing about this facility is what he's doing is that he's donating those 10 acres at the back part of the property to Forest Preserve. It is tree lined all the way around, so it won't be an eyesore. If anything, it's beautiful. I mean, with the 10 acres that's in the back. So any townhouses or houses in there, it would not hurt them. They would build next to that. I truly believe that this development will be embraced by residents of Homer Glen and Homer Township. And if not before, definitely after. I tell you that Walmart was highly, people were against it. They came from all over. They didn't want Walmart in Lockport. And once Walmart was built, they all came and they still shop there now, and they're very happy about it. Some people have an idea of something, of what it is, and they don't really dig into it and look into it until they actually see it, and then I think they're absolutely going to love it. It will set the bar for future developments. It will help bring business to Homer Glen of what we need. We need the density to bring commercial. We need other things for that type of business that we don't have right now, and this will be a good start for people to say, maybe we should come to Homer Glen. So I thank you for your consideration, this approval, and thank you for your time.
Are there any more public comments for any? Come on up, sir.
My name is Peter Katovich. My wife Amy and I are the owners, the developers of the self-storage facility that Bonnie just spoke about in that zoning case. So I just wanted to kind of, basically, as we bounced around the meetings, there's been some, let's say, inaccuracies. So I just wanted to touch on some of the inaccuracies. Also kind of explain a little bit about the facility. And then we did have an objection from Homer Glen and the neighbors. So I also wanted to touch on those very briefly. Essentially, what we're building here is a Class A self-storage facility that also specializes in boat and RV storage. So these type of facilities don't exist in Illinois. Our facility in Bolo, which is a northern suburb, is the only facility in Illinois of its kind. Pretty popular in other states, Texas, Florida, Arizona, Colorado, just not here. So for every, as Bonnie mentioned, HOA and village that doesn't allow folks to store their RVs, trailers, boats, sometimes a third car in their driveway, this is sort of the solution, and it's the nicest solution that you can build. We are not building 30-foot warehouses here. The neighbor had mentioned at some meetings that we've got big warehouses going in. We do not. Tallest building is the office. The office is your standard 16-foot interior clearance with a peaked roof, so it's a total of 26 feet. All the other building structures are substantially shorter than that, so we don't have those 30-foot warehouses. It is a high-quality facility. It's the nicest of the nicest you can build. We have a lot of technology in there. It is a state-of-the-art facility. The outside facade, as you see, the building itself is made in a modern farmhouse style, which is essentially fitting of that area. It's the same as it is in Volo, so I handed out a supplement with photos of our current site. We're basically duplicating the existing site on this property. And Bonnie is correct. I never thought in self-storage folks would thank you and tell you how beautiful your facility is almost every day, but we get compliments every day. And so it was mentioned by Bonnie, but missed by a lot earlier. We do intend to donate the back 10 acres of the facility to the Forest Preserve. We do back up to a Forest Preserve. We don't intend to develop that. We would like to donate that. Now, there's the neighboring property supplement uses. This is important, I think, especially as it, is consideration to the objection from Homer Glen. Essentially, 159th Street is built for these type of uses. If you look to the left of us on page 3, you have the Amish Furniture Store, which is an unimproved pole barn. There's a landscaping company there with operates with their trucks and trailers, heavy equipment, etc. They've got outdoor storage, junk pile yard. They've got outdoor storage from mulch, dirt, etc. To the right, we've got 3 parcels down. You've got the outdoor nursery with heavy equipment. You've got a contractor's construction yard next to that. Across the street, you've got that nursery, again, with trucks, trailers, heavy equipment, et cetera, bus parking across the street, gas station on the corner. So all these similar types of uses are in the area, and this would be the nicest and least industrial-ish type use of all those uses. And then you're touching on the two, or I'm sorry. So if you remember last month, the board voted to remove warehousing from your I-1 zoning district. So we had, as we spoke to board members throughout this process over the last 6 months, everyone loves the project, but they did not like warehousing expanding in the I-1 districts. So your board has been working on that for plus minus 3 years or so. And last month you did approve to remove warehousing from the I-1 zoning district. So with that removed, we hope that that alleviates basically all those concerns. Finally, on the two objections, one from the neighbor and one from the village. So first, the neighbor, a couple board members mentioned it's pretty important to be transparent here in that we did attempt to buy the neighbor's property. The neighbor does list his own property as good for I-1 zoning on his real estate listing. We did walk away from the deal and we went next door. That neighbor is probably maybe rightfully upset that we did not close a deal with him and instead went next door. And so therefore he's probably likely to submit an objection to it, which is what he did. So I just wanted to have that out in the open. Finally, from the objection from Homer Glen, the Village of Homer Glen objection letter states the two reasons for objecting. First, that the proposed development is not fixed with the long-term mixed-use vision of the corridor, and second, the I-1 zoning would be spot zoning. So by default, mixed use is kind of spot zoning. It's multiple zoning in one. Secondly, self-storage is built in mixed-use developments as a standard in Illinois and across the country. In fact, in the county right now in Lockport and in Plainfield, you have new self-storage facilities going up in big new master mixed-use developments. Now, on their so basically, before we start this process, you sit down with your land use department, you do a pre-application meeting, and they walk you through all the guidelines, and they kind of guide you whether or not you should move forward, whether or not your project's going to work. If you're trying to build a fireworks factory in a residential neighborhood, they obviously tell you maybe not want to move forward, but if you're trying to build something like we are on 159th Street, they guide you forward. And so with that, they put together a 60-page report. Their report recommends your county board to approve this project. In their report, they do state, because, you know, you've got the 1.5 mile boundary, planning boundary for Homer Glen and also Lockport. But they did think that this property would maybe go to Homer Glen, which is not entirely accurate. But they do mention that the parcel falls within the planning boundary of the Village of Homer Glen, that the planned land use map identifies the use of the property. The proposed use satisfies the following comp plan recommendations for commercial and business use to encourage the development of compatible new business, light industrial, and office research at select locations near the I-355 corridor. Also regarding that mixed use, we've got, I'm sorry, that's it on that point. Then we move to the spot zoning. The entire area is spot zoning. And so the planned or the land use committee report does state that within a 1/2 mile of this property, you've got residential, institutional, commercial, industrial, both within unincorporated the county and the village. And within a 1/2 mile, those zoning districts are A1, A2, E1, E2, all the Rs, all the Cs, I1 and I3. And also within a 1/2 mile in the village, you've got E1, E2, all the Rs, C2, C3, and I1. So as you can see from those photos and from your staff plan use report, rezoning this property to anything won't create spot zoning or fix the spot zoning that's already there. And it is already, you've already had those uses right there. This is what that road is for. And, you know, so finally we, you know, my wife and I are not, as the neighbor mentioned, some big developers coming in. We're just a family. We've got 2 kids. Under the guidance of your staff, we moved forward. And if you're not aware, that's to the tune on a project like this of roughly $100,000 to get all the surveys and engineering, application fees, and everything done to get to your board meetings. This was recommended by your planned use development in their 60-page report, which you guys have It passed through your planning and zoning department unanimously. It passed through your land use department. And now here we are today, hoping for your vote too. So I simply ask that you please vote based on the merits of the project and your prior committees and land use recommendation, and aren't swayed by the sometimes inappropriate pressures from Homer Glen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, hold on a second, sir. You're gonna, yep, go ahead, County Board Member Fritz.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So I had a question about the donation to the Forest Preserve.
Yes.
I think that's a lovely idea. Have you thought about are you going to provide access to that from your frontage, or are you open to negotiate that with the Forest Preserve District?
So the so we actually have Forest Preserve behind us. So there's a large Forest Preserve area behind us. This abuts to that. So this would basically join them from the rear.
Okay, so you don't feel like you need to provide access?
Exactly, yeah, because they come in from the backside, and 159th would be the commercial from the front. Yeah.
All right. Looks like you're good. Thank you. So one final call for any public comments on any of the cases we're hearing today. Okay, sorry. If you could state your names and which cases. Yep, you turned yourself off. I got you on. I control up here. I got you. You're all good.
Do I need to state the case? Zoning case ZC 22015.
Okay, this is the same case. All right, thank you.
Correct.
Right.
My name is Melissa King. I'm the Director of Planning and Zoning at the Village of Homer Glen. I have just a prepared statement, and then Carmen, our village manager, is also going to speak. The Village of Homer Glen strongly objects to this project as proposed and the map amendment to an industrial zoning district. The village envisions this corridor as a high-end, mixed-use residential and commercial corridor that increases the employment and tax bases and provides for necessary housing that the village desperately needs. The village and IDOT have spent time and millions of dollars investing in this corridor with road, water main, sewer improvements in order to ready properties for development. And these property owners, like Bonnie said, have sat waiting for a long time for this. The proposed use and zoning is not compatible with high-end mixed-use development, the high-end mixed-use development that we envision. The proposed use and zoning is also not compatible with the surrounding area. Character of the area surrounding a potential map amendment is required to be addressed in the findings of fact. This use does not fit the character of the area. Two industrial properties are highlighted in the staff report to show consistency with the area, one that is half a mile from the subject property and the other that's 2.6 miles from the subject property. These two properties were developed and zoned I-1 prior to the village's incorporation in 2001. The properties are isolated and not representative of the character of this area. There is no industrial zoning adjacent to this property. The predominant land use within the general vicinity of the subject property is actually existing residential and agricultural with prime development potential. The request for this map amendment is not consistent with the character of the area and would be considered spot zoning, surrounded by uses and zoning districts that are not consistent. Spot zoning can be a reason for denial of a map amendment. Both property owners adjacent to this development have objected because they see the potential windfall. If approved, this development will have a tremendous impact on the potential economic development of the corridor, and discussions with residential developers will be rendered useless. Please vote no on this project and the map amendment. This is not the vision of Homer.
Hello, Board. Thank you for entertaining our objection here at the Will County Board. We're unique. We've only been incorporated for 21 years. We did our incorporations to help control our development in the area. We do have very strong residents out there speaking in part on a lot of these objections, and that's why we're standing here today. You may not see our residents here, but I think it's our fiduciary responsibility to bring forth this. I sit there and talk to my 4 grandchildren, and I always look at them and, I can't give one a sucker and not the other ones. And I think that's how I look at this project here. If we're going to give an I-run zoning to one property owner, what's going to happen to the other if that's the case? When we speak about warehouses coming in the area, a lot of people talk about large, huge warehouses, but sometimes a small, unique little warehouse is something that we don't want to see in an area that we're trying to develop for, mixed-use purposes of property owners. So that's why we're here today, to kind of give our objections. And I really feel strongly that Homer Glen has a good position to help control the development in this area and make the uses that we see for our residents. And I thank you guys for all your time and appreciate it, and hope you can vote no on this. I thank you.
Hold on, we have a question. County Board Member Ventura.
Yeah, I have two questions. The first, and it's actually for the presentation you gave. So do you currently have residential and commercial developers now in this quarter?
Active. There are active developments being looked at further east, as Bonnie mentioned. Larry did mention to me, he's the adjacent property owner to the west.
West, yes, correct.
That there has been discussion with him. He's had discussions recently. I think that what we're seeing is that these discussions have been put on hold for a long time because the road was under construction and the village spent a lot of time building our Fitteman Creek sewer that's to the north of this property in order to ready these properties. And I think that a lot of the property owners have just been waiting.
Okay, but currently there is no developers in this quarter right now?
Not right now.
Okay, and then...
Not in this specific location.
Okay, if a residential developer did come in this area, wouldn't this facility help service them if they had boats and RVs?
I think the issue that we're concerned with is whether or not a homeowner is going to want to live next door to this.
Okay,
It's
well, I
not that
live
they're
in the
going to be
city of
serviced.
Joliet,
I
and
think
we've
that
got-
the concern is that whether or not a development would be viable
Okay.
next door.
Okay, so I live in the city of Joliet, and we have storage facilities all over, and there are residentials right next to it, and it does not impede on them or have any problem. In fact, they have some of the nicest landscaping outside of their facilities, so thank you for those questions.
County Board Member Newquist, you have some clarifying questions?
So is Homer Glen looking at annexing this area? I mean, it's unincorporated currently.
So it is in our boundary agreement jurisdiction with Lockport, and a lot of the landowners have not petitioned to annex. We would always agree to see that happen, but it's a lot of times it's landowners that would like to petition for annexing those properties. And we would favor that. That would be a big favor of ours, but it just has not happened yet. I think a lot of it is because of the infrastructure we laid into this corridor. Homer Glen put out a lot of money to do our Fitteman Creek extension, the 159th corridor. I think they have just been waiting for that anticipation, so that's where we're at this point.
All right. County Board Member Berkowitz, you have a question, clarifying question? Okay.
Thank you. So the Homer Glen officials brought up trucking again. So I'm not on that committee, and I would like staff to indicate to us, does this development as proposed bring in the possibility of warehouses and trucking?
So Julie, we'll wait if you have a question for them, they'll answer it, but you can ask that question then when we do the vote.
Okay, so,
Do you have a question for these
I do
folks
have
here?
a
Okay.
question as well. And I'd like a response from staff regarding that too.
Well, you can do that when we take the vote. We'll get them. When we actually take the vote, you'll have a time for discussion, and they'll come here.
Okay.
This is public hearing, and
Thank
to
you.
ask them questions.
Can I add one more comment related to that, actually? I would just ask that if you're going to ask your staff to clarify the warehousing, that they also ask about truck parking. I think that there is potential. I'm not sure, I'm not an expert on the zoning code, but I think that a use like Kettler Construction down the street could go into properties nearby under I-1 and allow for outdoor storage of truck use. So I think that would be nice to be clarified by your staff as well.
All right. Okay, you have a question for these are, just remember, we're in public hearings, they're just questions for these folks. We will have discussion when we take the vote as well. So, County Board Member Mitchell, then Balich.
This is a direct question. So, what do you envision? I look at this property, and I can take this property and stick it right in Burr Ridge. You know what I mean? Like, this is a beautiful property. So, I'm just wondering what your vision is, and why is this outside of your vision? And one more thing to that. Say, for instance, even right outside of my district, I look and there are beautiful homes. People own lots of extra vehicles, some that they have, you know, classic vehicles they've put together, and some own RVs and all of that. They've taken and they have to store those RVs because they're beautiful home and their lovely HOA won't allow them to have that in their driveway. So I'm just wondering if, say for instance, if you have this vision of lovely homes in the area, which I'm with you, I hear you, wouldn't this fit? Wouldn't this help them at all? I mean, like, where would they store their, where do you envision them storing their antique vehicles or their RVs or their boats?
So, well, in Homer, and not every development could do this, but in Homer, a lot of our residents do store them on their own land, actually. We have a lot of large lot development there. The vision of the corridor, I think, in our economic development department, conversations amongst our new, our comprehensive plan steering committee that's been working on our update, because our comp plan is very old, wants to see this corridor be a mix of retail and restaurant and sales tax generating commercial uses. And I think supporting office is probably good as well, and then combined with residential and probably mix of residential. And Homer needs density, and it's been told to us all over. And we have very limited areas where we can really put dense housing of any kind. And this corridor is really a place for that. So I think that's the opinion of the vision. I think with regard to this project, one of the problems that I personally have with just this rendering, I'm a landscape architect by trade, and I feel like this rendering right here shows you a corner image of the building, and it is beautiful, you're not wrong, but it's a very small office. And if you look at the site plan, that building on the corner is actually a pretty small component of the entire site plan. And I think that the perspective of this rendering does show you that building as if it's much larger than it actually might be in reality when you're out there. And then it's connected between, there's two buildings and connected by some other storage buildings in between it along the front. And then my concern also is the sides, not just the use and its potential for the map amendment concerns, but there's really development and or stormwater up to the property lines on this development. And there isn't landscape screening, and they're claiming that there's trees next door, but those are on private land. They're not conserved, right? So the minute then the other property comes in to get developed, those trees could just come down and it's just open. And what you're looking at is the storage of the outdoor facility.
Sorry, my follow-up is, okay, so it sounds like there's some, I'm just saying, I thought you guys were gonna work this out at the Homer area, you know, in that space, and then come back with a lovely agreement. So it sounds like, based on what you said, you kind of don't like the elevation in the front because there's a space in between, so ask them to do a facade so it can look like one big building. Also sounds like you don't like the landscaping on the side, or that it might go if there's a new development. Well, ask them to put some landscaping, some trees on the side. Like, maybe this is like the start.
Do you have a question there for him?
So my question is, why are we at? I'm getting to it.
Let's get to it quicker.
Why are we at this point? Why can't you guys come to some kind of conclusion based on what you see are issues for you? Okay.
I think the same thing still exists. It's outdoor storage behind the building, all the way to the back of recreational vehicles. It's outdoor storage behind this of recreational vehicles. It's unsightly. It has potential of windfall, of allowing other I-1 zoning and also other uses that are similar or even, I guess, worse, for not a lack of a better word, to grow up around it. And like Carmen said, if you give one, you have to give all. So I just think there's concern about this is a prime area for potential development right next to the tollway that could be much more than this.
All right, we have three more questions. We're going to go with County Board Member Balich, Berkowitz, and then Moostis. County Board Member Balich, do you have a question?
Yeah. As the people in the room need to know, I'm the supervisor of the township and chairman of the planning commission. for Homer Township. And we objected to this thing also. But, you know, you guys did a good job talking, except for one thing you left out. The main reason we object from the township side and the village side has to do with, right now, our zoning is C2.
Steve, you have a question. You
Yes.
okay, you have to ask them
It's
the
a-
question.
Well, I gotta tell them, right?
You're
All
setting the
right, so
stage? Okay.
our zoning is C2 for that whole corridor. And the county's zoning was C2 for the whole corridor. And if we allow this at the county, then it becomes C2 or I1, whatever somebody wants. Now, what can the village do? Can the village take this to court and sue the county? Can the village, I'm just asking, I don't know what's the next step for the village if this doesn't pass, because the township is going to be very upset about it. And I'll have to talk with our people what we would do, because I resent the fact that the county would go in to a city and change the zoning for a whole corridor by making it I-1. Because that means if we do it for one, you got to do it for all under equal protection under the Constitution. So let's just, I'm asking you, what's your next step if this board says, yeah, go ahead and do it? Then make that whole corridor is going to be, the money that was put into it goes down the tubes. So what do you want to do?
Well, me as village manager, my next step was to actually, you know, wrap our heads around this with staff and see what our next move would be. I can't just be quick judgment to say, you know, we would probably have to talk to legal and see where we're at with it, stuff like that. But, you know, our biggest opponent is we like to see that corridor, you know, stay with the mixed use of C2 and A1, and you develop it, you know, let the village control the development is what we're asking for.
County Board Member Berkowitz?
Thank you. You mentioned that your concerns is with outdoor storage and trucking. However, in these pictures that clearly show the parcels surrounding this particular case, there's obvious outdoor storage of, it looks like dirt, landscaping materials. There's obvious trucks, semis, trailers, equipment on many of these adjoining parcels. So do you object to those parcels as well, or are you just okay with them continuing to practice as they are?
The village doesn't have a lot of, we wouldn't have a lot of control over stopping that. I mean, I think under any zoning ordinance, generally speaking, you would find that non-conforming structures or structures that are just existing or grandfathered in are allowed to exist. And they're in the county, many of them. So we don't actually have control over them. They're just in our planning boundary. Do they fit with our long-term vision? No. But I mean, we're not going to kick, you know, aqua pools and Site One construction and all these businesses that have been there out. I mean, those two properties that are zoned I-1, one of them is half a mile away, and it's been, both of the properties were zoned.
I'm talking about the neighboring, on either side that are.
So the east property I thought was vacant, but
Yeah, that's what it's the west end.
the west one has the Amish furniture store in the front, and I think there's a small
Well, you
business
can
in the
look
back,
at
but-
this picture here and see what's on the parcel. So my question is.
Does it say that's directly adjacent?
Yes.
That's the Amish furniture store.
Yes. And you can see in the picture what's, you know, the outdoor storage, landscaping materials, right? Huge piles here, trucks. And so I just want to clarify
I think the village
your
would-
position. These are grandfathered in, but this new case coming forward, you consider the fact that you have the opportunity to dictate what goes in there because of your vision, this private property.
The village's vision, yes, correct.
Correct.
Okay. Are you going to impose that village on these additional parcels if these homeowners decide they want to sell? What if the next parcel says, Well, I'd love to have some other type of a commercial storage facility, and that doesn't fit in your plan. Will you go forward and object in the same method you're doing today?
I think if we had plans presented on properties that were I-1 zoning or potential issues with uses that did not fit the vision, that yes, the village would object. Not in every case. I think we'd have to look at the cases on a case-by-case basis. Correct. I think the village has our I think.
Yeah, that's always been, you know, like I said, when we look at property that's not incorporated in the village, we try to talk with property owners to petition into it. A lot of these property holders held off because of the 159th Street corridor reconstruction and the Fitteman Creek sewer system, because there was no infrastructure for them. Now that we have the infrastructure in there, you know, we would like them to annex in, and that's the goal of the village, for sure.
County Board Member Mustis?
Thank you, Madam Executive. Yeah, I'm going to get a quick preamble here, just so you know where I kind of come from on these issues.
And you have a question?
I have a question.
Okay.
So, you know, I think I'm also a township supervisor, and I'm also a county board representative who happens to come from the unincorporated areas of Frankfort Township. And I'm also a person that thinks the mile-and-a-half jurisdiction, even though it may be something that the state legislature has provided, doesn't always make sense. And in this particular case, you have, I'm asking you, do you have a clear path, because I don't see it, that you're going to get to this property anytime soon, or even within the next 10 years? You said that no one has expressed that there's not been interest in annexing in to Homer Glen. So what is your path to ever annex this property in? Because I don't think it's fair for unincorporated property owners to be in some kind of limbo or be held hostage because municipalities have a mile-and-a-half kind of oversight. So what's your path to, have you talked to any other property owners there? Are you in any discussions to annex other properties to get to this property?
Yeah, and I think a lot of, incorrect, you know, with annexing, we're coming up to a 2-year boundary agreement with Lockport, and I think there's a lot of contentions with that because we, you know, the city of Lockport and Homer Glen are working the logistics out. And I think that's a important part of what's going on. We are a young village. We're about 21 years old, and it takes time. We have growing pains. We're 21. We're, you know how it was when you were 21. It's, you know, you want to be wild, you know? It's yeah, right. So, you know, I mean, so with the village, we're just trying to control it and give our residents the best outlook. And I think a lot of contentions was the 159th Street corridor being developed, the Fitteman Creeks extension. It also is the annexation of boundary, or the boundary agreement we have with Lockport. That's very contentious between the two boards. So I think a lot of landowners kind of just walk away, you know, and just don't want to get into the fight.
Is you don't even know if you're going to have a boundary agreement with Lockport in 2 years, or if Lockport and Homer Glen will not come to an agreement, and these properties could go either to Lockport or to Homer Glen. I don't think it's fair to necessarily to property owners, tell them in kind of hostage. So I just don't see a clear path for Homer Glen to annex this property, and that concerns me. It kind of denies some property rights to the folks, the owners of those properties, not just this one, those properties. And we don't even know if it's going to be in Lockport, if they're going to annex into Lockport or Homer Glen. So, you know, those are just concerns I have. In the meantime, it's on, well, I'll hold for the next session my other speech. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. No, we can't do that. It's not, that's not how it goes in public hearing. Thank you. We have more, thank you very much for your time. I believe we have a couple more speakers for other, gentlemen, you waiting to speak as well? Yep, come on up. Yep. We have 4 cases today, so that was just one. And for those of them curious why this public hearing does not allow for time limits, so that's why people are, I'm not being selective, yeah, I'm just, this is how it goes.
My name is Brian Chavere. I am here representing the American Legion with case ZC 22026. It is for a dynamic sign for the American Legion. As you know, some of you may know, the American Legion is here pretty much an organization for veterans, by veterans. Our American Legion in Plainfield, Illinois has been established since 1918. The first building that we had was pretty much donated and or built in 1919. So we've been an organization that's been in Plainfield for over 100 years. We are not only open to our veterans themselves, we're open to the community. Our post is open to the public. We host various amounts of capabilities to our community, as far as like blood drives, bingo tournaments, holiday dinners, pig roast. We've had Lifeline come out pretty much 2 or 3 times a year to give free medical examinations to Will County's underserved communities, I guess you could say. We are a polling center. We are also a disaster relief center. And we host various groups as well. We have the Cub Scouts, the Daughters of the American Revolution, the Fraternal Order of Police, the Lions Club, Plainfield School Districts, the Plainfield Anglers. We have the Sons of the American Legion, the American Legion Riders, the Auxiliary. We host honor guards for veterans that have passed away and maybe don't have family members or whatnot, or remains that have been found overseas. And we send our honor guard. It doesn't matter if it's to O'Hare or to Wisconsin or whatever state. We send our people out everywhere. I know that at some point in time, past 10 years or so, we tried to put up a sign, and it would either get washed somewhere, put on the back burner, or, unfortunately COVID hit and shut everything down. We've re-energized the American Legion. We are here for the community, and we would want a dynamic sign put up for our building so we can let our community know that we are open to the public. We can set up, the dates and hours of, voting or whatnot, or any community news that may need to go out as, for the masses. I'd like to also make a statement that our veterans are at 57% higher risk of suicide than those who haven't served. I've served in Iraq and in Afghanistan several times, as well as a lot of our combat veterans. The rate of suicide for our veterans, everybody knows the 22 a day. Those numbers have actually gone up to, I believe it's either 24 or 44. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it has gone up. I'm here pleading to you so our American Legion can have our sign, so our veterans know that we're here to help. Our veterans don't like going to the VA for their support or for for a civilian doctor that has nothing to do with military service try and talk to me about what it's like in combat. Our veterans come and talk to veterans. So I would please push our sign forward. We've been here 103 years. So there's companies that haven't been in Plainfield 5 years and they have signs up. So I just don't find it fair. With that being said, do I have any questions?
You're taking my job. County Board Member Free.
I was in the Marine Corps for a little over 20
That's
years,
all right.
so, you know.
You're like my father. Father was one too. Mike.
Thank you, sir. My name is Micah Freeman. You are actually in my district, right down the road from where I live.
Yes.
I am hoping that this sign, and this is my question here, is that this new sign would help remove some of the, I'm going to use the word antiquated signage that you use where you have to go out and actually put the letters on and hope they don't blow off.
Yes.
Is that the intent here?
Yes. So in the beginning, we couldn't have a dynamic sign. We went out and bought another sign. It used to be white. Well, that one kind of fell apart during some storms, so we went out and purchased the black one that's a lot smaller now. We bought that in the hopes that our sign would get approved. Once Mr. Lino or once the board, votes on it, if we are approved for it, Mr. Lino is our person that we're, purchasing the sign from, and that little small black one we'll donate it to another American Legion or VFW or, whoever else needs it.
Excellent. I know that you guys have made such wonderful improvements in all of the things that you've been doing. Keep it up.
Thank you.
You're not done yet, sir. County Board Member Mitchell. Do you have a question?
Yes,
All
I
right.
do.
All right. I'm just,
Okay, I would like to know what the sign would look like. Is it on the ground or is it? Oh, I see it now. Okay, I didn't see it before. All right, yeah, all right.
all right,
That's
thank
it.
you. All right. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your service, sir. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
You would like to make a comment too, sir? Okay.
Sure.
Oh, you don't have
I'm
to.
Nino Carrillo. I'm with Express Signs and Lighting Maintenance, and my client has petitioned to have this sign made. It's not an overly large sign relative to the signs that we make and put up. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, this is the top-of-the-line dynamic message center, so it's fairly functional and able to do anything that needs to happen, dimming or, at night, it's automated, in fact, to do that. So they have a high level of sophistication, and we would remove, for them, any other signage that they currently have, all the temporary signage that they've used over time to make these messages, and communicate these messages for the community. And I really am here to answer questions if there are questions.
Doesn't look like, thank you, you're off the hook. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Hold on, Gretchen. Hold on. Yep. There you go. Now you're on.
Oh.
Thank you. I have a question for the commander. So I'm going to ask staff this too, but I guess I'm really asking these questions out of order, but you're here now, not later, so I have to ask you now. The Planning and Zoning Commission in their meeting added a third condition that the dynamic display cannot be on outside of business working hours. What is your understanding of business working hours? Because this is very vague. And, if they say that's like 5 p.m., is that okay with you? I guess is really the question is, are you okay?
No.
It doesn't make sense to me.
So the answer would be no.
Yeah.
But during our last meeting, which was about 2 weeks ago, that condition was removed.
Oh, good. Okay.
So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
So,
hold
the
on.
sign would be on lit 24/7 to display, messages to the community. But with lighting, it's automatically dims at night. And if there was any other concerns with the lighting, I know Plainfield Park District is going to be setting up a park right across the street from us to our west. So I'm pretty sure the street signs and lighting that they're going to set up is going to be brighter than our dynamic sign.
All right. Thank you. So I know County Board Member Ventura that just raised questions. We'll ask staff those questions when we do the vote. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll ask. All right. All right. Any questions for these gentlemen? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comments? All right. County Board Member Ventura motions. Is there a second? Seconded Mueller. Madam Clerk, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Frizalone. Newquist. Ogalla. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Cowan.
26 members voting in the affirmative. The public hearing is now closed. We'll turn it back to Chair Markham.
All righty, so our first item, number one, is ZC-22-015. There are three votes that we will be taking on this. Request for a map amendment from A1/C2 to I1, special use permit for a self-storage facility with 4 conditions, and a special use permit for an outdoor storage with 4 conditions. This is a vacant property on 159th Street in Homer Glen, District Number 7. So I'll start by making a motion to approve the map amendment from A1 to C2, or A1/C2 to I1, and this is, as we've all heard, will take 20 votes to pass because of legal objections.
Okay, so we have a motion by Markham, a seconded by Ventura. We have a couple items for discussion here. Right now I have County Board Member Mustis, Ventura, then Weigel. So County Board Member Mustis.
Mary, I'm going to maybe ask you for maybe just your view on something here. I've been around here for such a long time. I've been through plenty of land use cases. And I've been through a lot of land use cases that we're not really on solid ground, that wind up in the courts, and we're generally not all that successful. And the reason is, it's very similar to the situation we have here. You have a land use department that recommends the changes. You have the planning and zoning who voted in favor of this. I don't think we're receiving any really new information. Sometimes there is new information that comes to the county board, but I don't think we received any new information they haven't received. So, of course, I get concerned as if this goes to court, do we have a strong case or not? And I don't know if Mary, in the past you've said such things like it could be a challenge. I know you defend us the best you can, so I don't even know if you want to comment, but I'm going to tell you, these are things I've seen in the past. That's one. During the public hearing, I expressed my opinion about unincorporated property owners and how sometimes they are not given a fair shake by this mile-and-a-half jurisdiction that municipalities get, that I think, I'm not saying they're doing it in this case, but they kind of abuse it. They got, in this particular case, you got boundaries that are going to run off in 2 years, and and there doesn't seem to be any real willingness of those surrounding property owners to annex in to either municipality, which tells me is we then are the jurisdiction. The Will County has this jurisdiction. We follow our land use plan. We find if it's reasonable. We encourage people to do pre-annexation agreements. It looks like this has not been the case here. So I see a lot of issues here. And I have to also I have to also represent those unincorporated areas. As a county board member, I have to keep in mind, I represent them too. I don't represent municipalities. I represent the people within the municipality. But I don't represent the interest necessarily of a municipality and what they want. So I guess I'll wrap it up there. Thank you, Madam Executive.
Thank you. County Board Member Ventura.
Yeah, did she want to answer first? No? Okay. To
Did
piggyback
he-
off.
I'm sorry, did you want a question? Did you want that answered? I don't know if it was kind of a, I don't know if it was a rhetorical question. Do you? Yeah, okay.
So, I mean, I prefer not to talk about what, if the potential for litigation is out there, I prefer not to talk about it. I will say that the standard is you can't be arbitrary. So if you have similar properties nearby, you should be consistent.
County Board Member Ventura.
Okay, and everyone on this board knows that lawsuits do not necessarily scare me to or against a vote, but I will remind this board of a lawsuit that came before us when we did support the city. I think it was New Lenox. I can't remember exactly what city it was. And they, after they were sued by the developer, the city dropped the legal objection. We really had no standing because we only voted that way to support the city, and we ended up having to change our votes or end up in a dangerous lawsuit ourselves. So I just want to remind people of that. So that going forward, this is an unincorporated area. So while Homer Glen, the village of Homer Glen has some concerns that of their village, it is not in their village currently. Second of all, the area they talked about only C2. No, if you guys check the report from staff, you'll see that this area includes A1, C2, R2, E1, E2, and a little further out, I1. So there's lots of zoning in this area. It's not a slam dunk on any one type of zoning. The word unsightly was used. I couldn't disagree more with that. A boat rusting in my neighbor's front yard is unsightly. A boat sitting in a storage facility where no one can see it, regardless if it's rusting or it's sparkling clean, is not an eyesore. And so I would prefer people put their RVs and their boats somewhere out of our neighborhoods and not have them directly next to people's homes. I think that this will help our entire community of Will County because people can store RVs and boats. People who buy RVs and boats tend to have disposable income. So this is going to encourage people with higher incomes to come here so they can store their facilities, their toys here. And so then this also ultimately encourages sales, and that money goes directly to our county and helps all of our residents out. So for all of those reasons, I am encouraging everyone on this board to vote yes.
Thank you. County Board Member Weigel.
I support the storage facility. We have a similar facility in New Lenox adjacent to residential neighborhood on Haven Avenue. It's a very nice looking facility, similar to the proposed one in Homer Glen, and it has very low traffic volume. I consider it an asset to our community. This facility would be an improvement to the streetscape on 159th Street with what is there now. And I'm on the Planning and Zoning Committee, on the Land Use Committee, and I supported it there, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Trenier.
I am going to be supporting sorry, I'm having a rough day today. Woke up with a cold. I am going to be supporting this case. I heard the manager and planning person from Homer Glen talk specifically about how they wanted high density or higher density housing, in this area. Those are exactly the kind of people that would need a storage facility. People with a 1 acre lot don't need a storage facility. People that are a part of a homeowners association, they desperately need a storage facility because of the fact that almost all homeowner associations prevent, the free use of your own property that you're paying taxes on. Some of them, you can't put up a shed, you can't put up a fence, a sign. They got more rules than you can shake a stick at. I lived in these associations all my life. When I bought my first single-family home in 2009, I made sure there was no homeowner association. For this very reason, we have about 6 of these storage facilities in Bolingbrook. They're all in the middle of residential developments. I mean, this is just commonplace. So I'm definitely in support. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Balich.
Yeah, I am representing the township of Homer as the head of the planning commission, and our planning commission has 4 members from Homer Glen, and 3 members from Lockport. So when I'm talking, I'm not talking only for Homer Glen. I'm talking for the township of Homer, which includes mainly Lockport and Homer Glen. So the people on our planning commission comprise Lockport also, besides Homer Glen, and they don't like it. It was unanimous. Our planning commission all said no. So again, I'm with the Homer Township, the unincorporated part. That's what I represent. I'm speaking for them. They all said no. So, I don't know what else to say. The project itself looks nice. It's just in the wrong area. Everything else now can be either C2 or I1. So that changes what the cities do. And I've said that at land use, because I'm on the land use committee. It's not right to do something like that without consulting the cities. There's going to be a lot of other problems by doing this, because if you do it there, now you can do it all over the county. And that means that all these cities that have C2 can now be called I1, and they're not going to like it. And then, this was done in an effort to streamline some of our land use cases. Something like this, maybe the definition of this changes or whatever, but whatever we do, it's got to correspond to the whole county. And it's not. There's going to be a lot of issues with this because it's not been thought through correctly in my mind. But I'm voting no to it, but I would hope everybody would support Homer Township. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I just want to share with the members of the board, like Jackie indicated in her district, in Mimi and my district, District 11, we have an existing storage facility which is adjacent to Ring Road and Washington. It used to be a Moser Lumber, and it is now a storage facility. It doesn't look as nearly as nice as this project will look. But I want to just share the fact that this facility, we don't even know it's there. It is adjacent and surrounded by multi-family housing, townhomes, and apartment buildings. And it quite frankly, we just forget it's there. We drive past it, and we really haven't had any negative issues with that type of a development. And I do know that one of the biggest problems we all have is where do we put our extra stuff and vehicles. So I really love the way this looks and the donation to the Forest Preserve. I think that's a big positive for our county. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Frizzlone.
Thank you. And Steve's telling us his plan commission said no, but there's no legal objection from Homer Township. I know there is one from the village. Okay, so, the problem is that the village is missing a great opportunity to secure their border. Why they can't come together on a pre-annexation agreement is beyond me. I live the closest of anybody to this development. I'm probably half a mile. I could walk to this facility. I could still make it a half mile. Go walk, especially with my new leg. I could make it the half mile to this facility. It's going to be the best looking thing on 159th Street in that area right now. I'm going to be voting for it.
Thank you. What did you say? Yes.
That our township did object. We just didn't file a legal objection.
Okay. Thank you. County Board, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, call the roll. See that look I got?
I used to be.
You're voting on well, we had a first and second, motion by Markham, seconded by, we are voting on the map amendment.
Ready? Mueller. Frizalone. Newquist. Ogala. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Curlitis. Cowan. We are back to Mitchell. And Parker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 affirmative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or do you have 21? 21, yeah. that's right.
21 affirmative, the motion passes.
All right, so the second motion that I will make for this is for the special use permit for a self-storage facility with 4 conditions, and I move to approve.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call, I'm sorry, by Frizalone, seconded by Mustis. All in favor? Oh, you don't want, hold on, time out. They don't want, we're going to do a roll call vote. Thank you.
Mueller. Frizalone. Newquist. Ogala. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Curlitis. Cowan.
With 24 members voting in favor, the motion carries.
All right, so the final motion for this will be for the special use permit for outdoor storage with 4 conditions, and I move to approve.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Ventura. The previous roll call. Previous roll call by Berkowitz, seconded by Trainier. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries.
All right, so that brings us to number 2, which is zoning case ZC-22-026. This is the request for the special use permit for an on-premise dynamic display, and this does have the 3 conditions. In committee, I'll just explain since there were questions about this. In committee, there was a motion to limit the hours to a more restrictive, but the condition is still there for their operating hours. So the sign is still limited to be on during operating hours in the conditions. So I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Mueller. We have some discussion. County Board Member Ventura.
First, I wanted to thank the gentleman's service. I am the chaplain at the 1080 American Legion facility where we do have a dynamic lights sign. So I will be a yes on this, but I do want to also say one of the reasons I'm going to be a yes is because of the condition of it being closed, that light will be off at night. I do think that dark skies is important for our environment, for animals, bats, birds, etc. So anytime we can have a condition, whether at the county, the city, the township, that turns those lights off at night, it is better for everybody. And so I want to just be sure that that means that when they're not operating, they will be turning those lights off. Is that correct?
So so if they're open till 2 a.m., they can the sign stays on till 2 a.m.
That's fine, but when they're
Yep,
closed,
so-
okay,
yeah.
I'll be a yes on this one, thank you.
No, sir. No. Well, yeah. County Board Member Trainier.
Yeah, I just wanted
Hold on a second. Yep, there you go.
I see. I just wanted to clarify, because there did seem to be some different terminology used. They talked about business hours. He's talking about the hours that they're open. You know, and I know on a couple of nights they're open in like till 2 a.m. So I just want to be certain that at 2 a.m. when they close, the light goes off.
I'll have Marguerite come down if she wants, but yes,
That is what's in there.
but
That's
I'll just clear it up, I'll have Marguerite
okay.
come down if she doesn't mind, since.
I don't want them leaving the light on for me.
Good afternoon, Marguerite Kenny with the Land Use Department. To answer Chairman or County Board Member Markham, the sign would be on for the hours of operation. So if they close at 2 a.m., the sign would have to close once they lock up their doors at that time.
Okay, County Board Member Mitchell?
Thank you for your service, gentlemen. I don't understand why, they said they're gonna dim the lights at night, so why can't they just leave them on but leave them dim at night? It's still visible, but not light polluting. So why can't it just be on? If I'm driving by at 5 o'clock in the morning and just saying, or it's 6 o'clock in the morning, still darkish now. Maybe I want to go to bingo that night. I mean, like, you know what I mean? I want to see the sign too. So why can't it be dim at night? Make sure it's dim at a certain time. I would like to probably amend that to get rid of that restriction. That's all.
You can make that motion if you want.
Tyler, before we continue with discussion, can you make it clear? So it's saying operating,
So-
that is still in there, those
Yeah,
conditions
so
of
the
operating?
condition is still in there for when they're open, the sign can be on. This board can remove that condition if we wish, but it is still currently in there. What the confusion is during committee, there was a motion made to limit it to, I think it was like 10 o'clock or something, but that was withdrawn. So that's where I think the confusion is coming from. The condition is still there that while they're open, they can have the sign on, but that's the final say of this board. So if we want to remove that condition, we have that right.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we're clear. County Board Member Fritz.
Oh, my question was answered, sorry.
Okay, thank you. County Board Member Trenier.
So I guess now I'm back with another question, because I missed the part about the dimming. I had to use the restroom. Is it possible to turn this thing down to such a degree, and I don't know who made their sign, that it would not impact birds, bats, et cetera, but that you could still see it, as Board Member Mitchell mentions, if you're on your way to work at 6 in the morning and you want to know about bingo that night? I guess that's kind of my question. But I mean, it would really have to be turned down. Visible, but just maybe barely. And I don't know how that would affect, it still impacts. Okay, never mind. I'm just going to shut up. Thank you.
Okay, that is, and just to Jackie's point, that is covered in our ordinance, the brightness levels. I'm not going to get into the details because I don't fully understand how they measure the brightness, but they did change, the board did change that 6 years ago, 7 years ago. So, I mean, that was a whole conversation, but that's covered in the ordinance. So it wouldn't be specific to this case, it's for all cases.
All right, so we have a motion by Markham, and I believe, second by who? Second by Mueller on that one. So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Frizalone. Newquist. Ogala. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trenier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Crolitis. Cowan.
26 affirmative, the motion carries.
All right, so that brings us to number 3, which is zoning case ZC-22-054. This is a request for a variance for a variance setback from 10 feet to 2 feet. This is for a telecommunications tower to add ground equipment. This is at 24143 West 111th Street in Naperville, District 5, and I move to approve the variance.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Trenier. Motion, previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then finally, we have number 4, which is a two-part request. So it's ZC-22-057. There's a request for a zoning map amendment from I-2 to I-3, and then there's also a request for a special use permit for a recyclable processing facility outdoor with 10 conditions. This is at 2 Genstar Lane in Joliet, County Board District number 9. So I move to approve the map amendment from I-2 to I-3.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Newquist. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then the next part is the special use permit for the recyclable processing facility with 10 conditions, and I move to approve.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so that brings us to our land use resolutions. First up, we have 22-256, which is amending sections of the Will County zoning ordinance, solar farms, battery energy storage for sections 155-7.3, the use table, 155-8.3 of the public and civic use category, and 155-9.220 reserve battery energy facilities, and I move to approve.
Motion by Markham, seconded by, Newquist. Discussion, County Board Member Ogalla.
Thank you. Sorry, I was not able to attend. I tried listening, but there were technical difficulties, so I didn't get to hear what happened. I know that the fire chiefs in Will County had asked for specific conditions put on regarding the building and containers and fire suppression. My understanding is that I was told that this would be happening during the building permit process. So I just would like land use to just give me an explanation as to why it would be not appropriate to attach the conditions the fire chiefs wanted to this ordinance, since that is, in my understanding, in the current building permit process. If I could just have that explanation, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, I can say that the conversation is that it's in the building code. I know Brian's walking down, but the reason why the committee decided not to include it is because that's a building code process, and staff recommended not mixing it with ordinances and the building code, because then it gets confusing to have it in different places, but I'll let Brian earn his money for the day.
Good morning, Will County Board members. As Tyler was stating there, the changes that the Fire Chiefs Association recommended pertain to the 2023 National Fire Protection something, NFPA. Those are the regulations that are going to be in place at the end of this year. They don't even get released to the public until the end of December. So the 2023 codes they're not even in place in any jurisdiction yet. They haven't even been updated. So what they referenced is a code that's coming in the future that will be part of the 2023. The county adopted the 2018 International Fire Code, and within the International Fire Code, there's all these references to NFPA. Now, the NFPA that we follow is the 2017 NFPA, and then it breaks out into all these other different regulations depending on what the use is. Now, what's interesting is the 2017 NFPA, the 2017 NFPA and the 2018 IFC are more restrictive than what the 2023 changes will be, and that's because the use will be classified as a high hazard use, and it'll be designed to the most restrictive part of the code that's possible. So I'm not saying that the 2023 is not a still pretty strict a code that will be applied, and there's lots of things that have to be done to make sure that the use is safe. But the high hazard category is at least that and possibly more than the 2023. So I think we should be good. Back to your original question, the zoning ordinance regulates zoning uses, and the category of the battery energy storage is a zoning use. The building code and the IFC and the NFPA, those are building ordinance related items. So if the county would like, in the future, we could have the matter assigned to the committee and we could adopt some of these new standards and make local amendments to what is appropriate for Will County in the future.
Okay, so Brian, then you feel confident that what's in place now will cover what they requested?
I mean, I don't want to say it's going to be perfect, you know, because as codes emerge and uses emerge, there's more tailored things to those use. But after a discussion with our chief building official, Owen Needham, you know, we feel pretty confident that placing it in the high hazard category, that the use will be, you know, well protected in an industrial commercial review. So they'll go through that process. And then I also want to point out, if a fire district has a code that's more restrictive than the county's code, then we would follow that code. So if a use came in an area where they're going to adopt the 2023 code and the county's still on the 2017 and 2018, we would have to follow the 2023. And if we go to an area of the county where they've adopted an older fire code, then they would follow the county's code because that would be the more restrictive one.
Okay, okay, thank you.
County board, I wouldn't leave, Brian. Brian, I wouldn't leave, yeah. There's a slew of them here. County Board Member Moostis.
Yeah, Brian, I'm going to contradict you a little bit here. And that is, fire departments can have a more restrictive ordinance. And we used to enforce that. But some years ago, when they wanted us to enforce sprinkling systems in residential homes, and when we asked them to get together and have one unified ordinance as how many fire districts we have in Will County, they couldn't even come up with one. But we do not we enforce our ordinance, not the fire departments. And
So
that was what came out of that.
Yeah, so
I just want to make that
that's correct.
clear, but they can enforce it themselves. They have, and they say, and I guess they do, have the ability to enforce, and if I'm wrong here, the fire departments can enforce their code. But they have to enforce it. Now, I don't know where that kind of puts Will County in the a lurch there maybe a little bit. But you know what I'm saying is, we don't enforce ordinances that are not the ordinances of Will County or the codes of Will County.
So the Will County Board took a position years ago and again recently that they were not going to require sprinklers in residential structure or like a single family home. And it is true that the fire district would have to enforce their regulations in that area. And there are a couple districts that do that. But with industrial commercial, we always follow industrial commercial requirements, no matter what fire district it is. So it's only the residential where the county doesn't enforce the requirements. When it comes to industrial commercial, it has to go to the fire district for approval before we can issue the permit.
Here's, I think, the problem, and if that's the case, then they have to go through them anyway. But the point is, and the point we made about even the sprinklers, if we got 20 fire protection districts, we can't be enforcing 20 different ordinances or codes. I mean, because they all could have something different. And to hold up development for, because fire protection districts have different standards is not what we should be doing, even if it's industrial. So I don't know what the difference between industrial and residential is as far as fire protection. And it's not that I don't approve of what fire protection is trying to accomplish. I'm just concerned about Will County trying to enforce ordinances that are not, or codes, that are not Will County's. They're someone else's. The principle's the same, I think. I mean, that's something I think the board, the land use department has to address. If you're saying with that policy only is for residential and it doesn't apply to commercial and industrial, then I think board needs to have a good understanding of that. That's all. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. County Board Member Parker?
So this battery energy facility, will it adhere to the 2017 code or will it switch over?
So that's going to depend on where it's constructed. So wherever one is constructed, if the fire district that is the local fire district where the site would be proposed has a more stringent code than the county, then we would have to follow the district's requirement. If it's the county's code is more restrictive, then we'd have to follow the county's.
County Board Member Berkowitz?
Thank you, County Executive. Brian, are we aware of the hazards from these types of facilities, such as fire, ground contaminations? Have we talked to any of the insurance industry that's very familiar with this type of a business?
I mean, I have not talked to anybody from any insurance agency, but, you know, I will say that the battery energy storage facilities do have a battery management system that help monitor situations where there is a possibility that if a fire has occurred, to manage the system so that they, you know, it's contained within that unit, because these are multiple units. And that's based on what the building code says for what you have to do for what type of battery it is. I will note that the fire district didn't object to this use. They just wanted to make sure that the proper building codes were followed to minimize the risks.
Okay, so we're aware that there are some possibilities with some hazards. So do we have an emergency plan in place and procedures in case a situation like that arises? For example, working with the local fire districts, EMA, if something happens, will we be prepared to protect the community?
I mean, I can't guarantee that. I mean, usually with industrial commercial uses and what the use is, the developer, the person moving into that new structure works with the fire district on what the plan is for that site. So the land use department itself does not.
We do have an emergency management agency, though, and so that would be a discussion more for that department, yeah. In emergency management, they would do the planning of.
So I'm just going to throw out there that I think the county needs to have that understanding and.
Yeah, and I can't say if truthfully, I don't know if that is a plan yet or not, but we can find that out. I don't know if we have a specific.
I'd like to have these answers, or these questions answered before this continues to go forward. Thank you.
County Board Member Ventura.
For all of your forward thinking and preparing our county for the energy of the future. And with that, previous roll.
Thank you. County Board Member O'Gala.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask one question. If for some reason, because I know that the special use, the code allows, the ordinance allows for a special use permit in A1. And if for some reason there was a fire, and I know that these are containers and they're self-contained and there's some, suppression units in them, in the container itself. But if there was a fire, where does the liability fall? Is that insurance coverage covered by the solar companies if it were to spread to nearby farms?
I mean, I can't comment on that. I have no knowledge of who's the responsible party.
All right.
Presumably the property owner.
No, it wouldn't be us. Couldn't be us. It'd be the company. All right, just due to that, I don't support it in A1, so that's all. Thank you.
All right. All right, no more discussion. We have a motion and a second. I'm assuming we want a roll call vote here. So County Board member, or county. Wait, hold on a second. Well, we wouldn't be in discussion. We need a roll call. We wouldn't be in discussion still. So we had a motion and a second. I'm sorry. Well, okay. Motion by Trenier. Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay. We need a roll call. You said it, but I'm just going to say we need a roll call. So sorry. All right. County Board member. Okay. Thank you. You can sit here. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you.
Flustering me.
Mueller. Frizalone. Newquist. Ogala. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Oh. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Cowan. Balich. Would you like to be a yes or no? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 affirmative.
19 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
All right, so that brings us to 22-326, which is a request for refund bond in relation to building permit 200-3495. This is in Custer Park in District 6. Typically, we do not issue these, but this is insurance for a bond because the company did not do the work. So committee recommended approving, and I move to approve the refund.
Motion by Markham, seconded by Gould. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Frizalone. Newquist. Ogala. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham.
Yes.
Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Cowan. Flagel. 26.
26 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
All right, that brings us to an end of land use, unless we want to drag this a little bit longer. But, our next meeting is scheduled for, it's Wednesday, the 9th, the day after the election. So if you're on the ballot, don't party too hardy the night before, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you. Chair Trenier, Finance.
Good morning again. Finance Committee, I move to place on file our financial reports, our monthly reports. The State of Illinois Department of Revenue shows a sales tax remitted to Will County for the month of July 2022 of $2,736,400.82. The RTA tax received is $3,140,971.25 for a grand total of $5,877,372.07, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Ganzifer. Their previous roll? Previous roll by Mueller, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Item number 2, the second item, 22-327, is the determination of the estimate of the annual aggregate levy. In committee, it was recommended that we do a 2.5% levy. I will move to put that on the floor, but I will.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Frizalone. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to that motion. I'd like to amend my motion to make the aggregate levy 5.0% or 0.050%. My reasoning for this, we are consistently talking here at the county about our needs. We've talked about not having the money to tear down the courthouse, but we want to tear down the courthouse. We've talked about building a new county board building, and after my experience this morning, I'd really like a new building. But more importantly, we've had presentations here at the county that have indicated to us very clearly that in a very few short years, we are not going to have enough money in our corporate levy to continue to keep our personnel costs under 75% of the corporate levy. And that's really important to the function of our tax dollars of what we do here at the county. So this is a windfall year. I doubt this is going to happen again. This is going to help us for planning for the future and to meet all the needs of our county, including things like funding the CAC, which has been very important to pretty much everybody on this board all of a sudden in the last few years. So I want to make sure that we have the money to do the services and the programs that our county residents want to continue to see from us. Thank you. That's my motion.
So to make, your motion is to
Make it-
change the CPI to 5%.
Right.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Tyson. Any discussion? County Board Member Ventura.
Yes, so I have spoke with some department heads, and they said that the raises were built in. I confirmed that with Marcy, and Rashawn confirmed it in the Finance Committee. So while I definitely think that our living wage should be indexed to inflation, we do not have a final negotiated contract with our collective bargaining that shows that we need more than what has already been built in. And I have requested that try to take place beforehand. So currently, the budget before us is budgeted or is balanced at a 2.5%, and people are hurting. So while inflation is high in the county, it has taken steps to try and combat that, and some of that is the fact that we got unprecedented spending or dollars from federal, state, and then more recently, our online sales with the personal property tax replacement tax. So we are able to budget balance this budget this year with a 2.5%. So I will be a no on the amendment.
County Board Member Ballage.
Yeah, in the past, if we thought we were going to be short of money, we took the new construction and that was it. You know, and a couple of times we voted, but I voted no. But a couple of times they voted to, you know, take a little bit of the CPI. But the bottom line is, in a time like with the inflation we got, everybody in our districts are all suffering. They can't even go to a grocery store without dropping and double what they used to pay. You know, so if they have to cut their budget, we should start cutting ours. That's the way it goes. If government can't cut and we tell them to cut, all we're doing is tell them to pay more money to us so they have less money to spend too. So they're already hurting, now we're gonna hurt them a little more. And then somebody will say it's just like a Happy Meal at McDonald's or something. Well, that Happy Meal might make a big difference to a family. So, and they wouldn't buy a Happy Meal. It might be a half a box of Cheerios. But the bottom line is, if we can't be raising taxes when our constituents are hurting, that's out of the question. And if we do have to raise it to keep our county going, we should only be taking the new construction.
County Board Member Frizzalone.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused. So the executive presented a budget with a 5% increase in it. And it seemed like the Democrats were fine with that. If you felt we needed more money, why didn't you say, let's go to the 7.5 what the CPI is and black box it? But no, we get an additional $9 million, $8.9 million, double what the tax increase is going to be. And we came up with a plan to spend a portion of that for some additional needs that we had, potentially because of the Safety Act, and give an opportunity to cut our increase so that our constituents still get extra that we didn't anticipate in the original budget, and they get to save a little, or at least not get as big an increase. So I'm confused. Why didn't your side of the aisle say, hey, let's go to the max 7.5, let's black box it? We need all of this money. I'm not understanding what your logic is. And we talked about it in the finance budget expense meeting the other day. Now that's an extra $3 million. What are you going to do with that money? And the chairman You were telling us you wanted to cut stuff out of the executive's budget, we had out of the clerk's budget, so you're gonna cut stuff, but what are you gonna do with it? Just spread it around again? I just don't understand. Thank you.
County Board Member Van Dyne.
Thank you, Madam Executive. With Jackie's amendment at 5% CPI, I believe that we would be maintaining strong senior services for 135 residents at Sunny Hill. We would also be strengthening our Sheriff's Department's ability to provide modern public safety services such as well-trained deputies and protective equipment to keep deputies safe. Ensuring that our EPA department is able to adequately respond to unexpected crises around the county and to train first responders. It would also help fund our $568 million transportation improvement program to ensure that over 250 miles of roadway are prepared for increased traffic. Jackie had already mentioned making sure that our Children's Advocacy Center is fully funded, and also continue to fund our 211 program to connect residents with services. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Mustis.
Yes. Can always find ways to spend money, especially when it's not your money. So I do not support the amendment. You know, this would be the largest tax increase this county has had for over 25 years.
40 years.
Maybe history. So it's the largest tax increase, and you really don't even know how you want to spend it. We'll find some way to spend it. You know, one of the members just rattled off a number of things. Well, I happen to think we're already doing all those things under the current revenue stream. And it's not going to be enhanced anymore. The idea that somehow government needs the money more, every time I hear this, the government needs the money more than the people need the money. I think to myself, what planet are you on? You know, this county is currently in strong financial position. You're taxing for money it doesn't even need, because you might need it later. It's all on the come. And by the way, this is not an off year. You'll have the same thing next year. I think we'll be at the CPI will be at 5% next year, because this year it's at almost 9%. It's going to be around 5%. So this board, we have to look deep down and say, do we need the money more than the people need the money? Do the people benefit more from giving the money to government than keeping it in their own budgets? I will tell you, in my opinion, that's not the case. So I support the 2.5. Maybe I would have even supported something that was a tad more, but now that you want to go to the full amount, definite no. And I will tell you, those who vote yes, all you're doing is saying, we vote yes for bigger government, and you know what? We don't care what the people's their own personal needs are. Snatch it out of their budgets. Snatch it out of their food budgets. Snatch it out of their clothes budget. Because you know what? We think we can invent more ways that are better spent, because you're going to really benefit big time saying, well, we have better trained deputies. They're pretty well trained now, and we don't skip out on training. And that's just a BS excuse to tax more money. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member Mitchell.
I will not be supporting this amendment, and I'm just going to ask those who support 5% increase during this time when I have to pay $66 to fill my little teeny tiny Honda. Where's your conscience? Where's your conscience? People are hurting all over the place, and it's not going to get any better. The outlook, we're headed towards a recession. We can try to change the definitions all we want, but this is reality. I would urge you to reevaluate that. I will not be supporting that. I don't want to support a 2.5% either, but I definitely will not support a 5%.
County Board Member Pretzel.
Thank you. With all due respect to Member Van Dyne and the list that he gave us there, all of those things are included in the proposed resolution. And that also includes an additional $1 million to the Health Department, I think $1.4 million to the Will County Sheriff's Department, and quite a bit of money to the State's Attorney Department. So, I mean, I'm not sure why those things, why you're mentioning those things when they're all in the proposed resolution. What you guys are doing here is literally the definition of tax to the max, and I guess I'm just grateful that you can't ask for more. I'll be a no.
Sorry, County Board Member O'Gala.
Thank you. We've had so many discussions over these last several years. We had the CARES dollars that came in and were able to fund services that we needed at the county. We now have ARPA funds that we will also be using. We got a larger distributive fund, more than we ever anticipated, $8.9 million. That isn't enough. When is it enough? It has to be enough. We've come out of this pandemic. People were hurt. People are still hurting from that. Many people did not benefit from any CARES dollars or ARPA dollars. With the current inflation rate right now, everybody, I know when I go to the grocery store every week, and it's just for my husband and I, it's gone up $10 a week. For the two of us, it's $166. That's a lot of money. That's just two of us. And we do have some pets. I think you guys need to really look deep down and say, why would you vote to say yes to amend it to 5% when we did get those extra dollars that were not included in the budget originally and we were not expecting? Why do you do that? How can you do that? That's going to impact our low income and our middle class families the most when their taxes go up, because their taxes will go up. I'm a definite no.
County Board Member Berkowitz.
Am I on? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I attended the finance meeting, and it was amazing, the cooperation and the unity in that meeting about how we had, one of our greatest concerns was our residents, and also what our needs were. And we walked out of there, I believe, all on the same page. So I don't know what conversations occurred to make the Democrat caucus come back and change their mind and ask for 5%. But I will tell you that 5% is there's more to that number. We are taking this money from our taxpayers and our residents. And this is only a small part of the taxes they pay, multiple taxes that they pay. And when you add it all up, I don't know anyone who can deny that they don't have neighbors, families, and businesses that are struggling just to survive in this economy today. We have a duty to provide the ability for our residents to be able to maintain their quality of life. If we vote for a 5% CPI, we are taking away that ability. We will drive more residents and businesses to the point where they will rely on government, maybe to buy groceries, to provide housing. That will have a detrimental impact. So out of our responsibility to our families, our own families, because we're taxpayers too, and our neighbors and our businesses, We need to learn to be frugal, and we need to learn to compromise. I will not support a 5%. We were all at 2%, 2.5%, and that's where I'm going to stay. Thank you.
County Board Member Newquist.
I'm comfortable supporting the 5% because I'm looking to the future. Yes, I realize that at 2.5%, our budget is balanced today, but we're entering into negotiations. We've got future contractual expenses. Also, about 75% of our budget, as I understand it, is non-discretionary, and those costs are going to continue to go up year after year. We don't know what inflation is going to be. We don't know what opportunities we're going to have next year. And certainly, we're not going to get a repeat of the ARPA funds or the CARES funds. So for that reason, trying to be fiscally responsible to the people of this county, I will be supporting the 5%. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker Cowan.
Thank you very much. I know this is a tough decision for anyone, I think, because, you know, fiscal responsibility is our primary duty, and the budget is one of the primary duties of this board. I've been swayed by both arguments. I can see both sides of this argument. Ultimately, though, like Sherry, I have to look at the long-term picture. And I will say that even with a 5% CPI as opposed to a 2.5, our taxing rate is going down from 0.5752 to 0.5731, continuing a trend that we've been on for some time. Of course, we know that doesn't mean necessarily everyone's individual bill goes down. County tax is only probably about 5, 6, 7% of most people's overall tax bill. But I think there's massive projects that this county needs that are not included in the budget currently. And I think a great example of that is what we're going to do with the courthouse. The worst possible thing we could do for the economic development of this county and this immediate area is to leave that building vacant and not do anything with it. Whether we are choosing to demolish as we have thus far or go a different route, it's going to take some money to fund that project. So like Sherry said, unfortunately, I think this is about the long-term outlook for me, and I'm happy to say that with a 5% increase, we could still lower the overall tax rate, so I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you very much. There's no other discussion. I keep calling it County Board Member. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. So we are voting on the amendment for 5% CPI.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. No. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. No. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. No. Mitchell. No. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. No. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. No. Gould. No. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. No. Brooks. Yes. Winfrey. Parker. No. Ventura. No. Coleman. Yes. Markham. Yes. Berkowitz. No. Pretzel. No. Weigel. No. Freeman. Yes. Frolitis. No. Cowan. It's 12:14.
With 12 members voting in the affirmative, the motion fails. County. Oh, is it? Please. Hold on. County Board Member. So, okay, so since if you have, can you repeat that again for us?
If you have spoken on the matter, you cannot make the motion to call the question. It has to be someone who has not spoken on it.
Okay. Well, County Board Member Trenier has already spoken, yeah.
Had the floor.
All right, so 5% didn't pass. We'll give it another shot at 4%. Again, we're giving money to the sheriff's department for this year, not even giving him everything that he's asked for. Next year, those expenses are not going to go away, and we're going to have to not only meet the raises, but cost of living for them, their step increases, whatever gets negotiated in the contract. We're putting ourselves in a really bad situation if we don't plan for the future. And so I'm going to give it a shot at 4%.
We have a motion to amend the resolution to 4% CPI. There is a seconded by Mueller. Discussion, County Board Member Mustis.
Yeah, I don't mind other ones, but why don't we try the original one first? Because what are you gonna do next? If that don't fail, we'll do 3.5, then we'll do 3. Let's see if there's support for the original one. Turn this down. Let's vote on the original before we start making more amendments. I'd like to see. So I'm gonna ask everyone to, vote no on this so we can vote on the original, and then we can look at perhaps a compromise. But I think we deserve, the public deserves a vote on the original resolution. And, so I call for a vote on the original.
Well, okay, well, there's a motion and a second already on the 4%, so we have to complete that first, unless it's rescinded, so.
Well, why don't you withdraw it, Jackie, and let's see if the 2.5, if there's support. I mean, if there's not, then do a different amendment.
There's a motion and a second, sorry. County Board Member for Pretzel, do you have
I think this is absurd. I mean, you're literally asking for more money that you don't even know yet how you're gonna spend it.
We do know.
And I think the whole intent here is to max it out so that we have a higher baseline, so you can ask for more next year. We have a balanced budget in the proposed resolution, which does include an additional $1.4 million for the sheriff's department, $1 million for the health department, and I think $500,000 or $600,000 for the state's attorney. We're giving everybody their wish list with 2.5% increase, which, by the way, is a tax increase. So I can't believe we're gonna ask for 4 and then 3 and 2.6, 2.55. I mean, where do we draw the line? I'm gonna be a no again.
County Board Member Frizzalone.
Yeah, I'm confused again on how we're moving forward on this. I mean, when you make a motion, you get to explain everything and where the money is going and why we need all this money. Is that part of the motion? I don't get it. So what Commissioner Turner said was that we need money in the sheriff's department, so much money, and is that part of the motion, or is she just talking?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, whoever.
I don't see that County Board Member Trenier did anything different than people do on a regular basis is in introducing their motion, they make a comment. I mean, I think that this county board has done that. So I think her motion, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, and the county executive should have a record of what the motion is, but I think there's a motion to amend to 4%.
Okay, so then my point is, with the 2.5% increase that we talked about in finance the other day, we allocated.
Mr. Frizzle, I'm just clear, who are you asking the question to? You said my question is, so I do want to.
That was the question, for Mary to state that, but.
I want to make sure this one, you asking this to County
Yeah,
Board?
no question
Okay.
now. My point is, with the 2.5% increase that we talked about, there was $2.4 million more dollars for the sheriff's department. There was $1 million more for the health department. There was $1 million more for the state's attorney's office. There was $500,000 for OPEB. There was $0.6 million for the payroll department, and another $400,000 to go into contingency. How much more than that do you want?
Did you want me to answer?
I don't get it. No, I don't want an answer.
We're going to keep order. I know. I'll get you if you press your button again. So are you concluded, sir? Yeah. County Board Member Berkowitz?
Thank you, Madam Executive. So I don't quite understand the effectiveness of the process or what's happening here today. We have a resolution on the agenda that was agreed by a committee. But before we can even vote on that, a board member who's faster than the county executive to call the item calls for an amendment. We have this vote, it fails, and then another board member who's faster than the county executive to call the agenda introduces another amendment. So let's just play this out. So let's vote on this 4%, and let's say it fails. Then another commissioner who's faster than the county executive will say, now let's make it 3. To me, this takes away the credibility of what that committee did. We need to have this vote. If it fails, then they should be able to file or propose their amendment. But this makes no sense to me. So what is the credibility of any resolution coming out of a committee? If a commissioner can just knock it off the rails, and not just once, but twice, and if this fails, I know it'll happen with, I don't know, 3.5%, then down to 3, and then maybe by 1 o'clock, we'll vote on the 2.5%. So you get my point, and I would like to call the 2.5%, the what's on the agenda. Thank you.
So just to. All right, we'll call, I will tell you right now, we had 2 buttons already pressed, Mustis and Agala. Will allow those 2 to call, and then I will call the question. County Board Member Mustis.
Yeah, I have, similar to what Julie was mentioning. So what's the parliamentary procedure here? So I yell, call the question, somebody else says, I want to do an amendment. The chair decides to ignore me and go to the, recognize the amendment. I mean, I guess it is the power of the chair, but I can't help but think there has to be some procedural item here that you can't just continually try to amend the resolution and have a chair perhaps recognize calling the original resolution. I mean, I think as I said earlier, I think that the original resolution deserves a vote. So is there a parliamentary procedure here? Can you just keep putting out amendments to a resolution?
We'll have Mary answer that, because I would believe it would go back to the chair, but after the call is, but I will find out. Mary.
Well, I'm asking Mary if there's.
I will ask Mary.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. It always goes back to the chair, and the chair made a motion. That's the parliamentary procedure.
It is,
And yes,
okay.
maybe there will be 4 amendments that will be introduced before we'll get to a vote. That's the parliamentary procedure.
It is. Okay, I just wanted to make, so it's the chair that's controlling this here right now.
No, I mean, but well, it's her, yeah, it is the chair of finance right now, and so, yes, she is, after we have voted, it goes back to the chair of the committee.
You don't have to recognize her motion if somebody else is doing it.
I don't know
If she wants to make a motion to amend it again, I don't think that's an automatic. I mean, I think it deserves to see what other people
I
want
tried
to
to
do.
follow the guidelines of the attorneys
not-
as best as I can. I really do, so, and I did hear you.
I'm
with the
trying
other-
not to be critical, I just
can be
want
critical.
I want something that seems to me that should insert a little bit more fairness. If there's not support for the 2.5%, and there may not be, that's when I think it's more appropriate to offer something else. That's all. But
Thank you. County Board Member Gala.
Thank you. So I think Julie Berkowitz hit it on the nail on the head here about credibility. Our credibility when we come out of committee with a decision made. Our county executive brought forward a budget to us at 5%. This was before she was aware of the fact that we were getting $8.9 million in replacement tax dollars. So now that budget, the 5% plus that new 8.9 million, it is all wrapped up in this budget. I think it's irresponsible for us to consider going forward with the 4%. I think we need to look at what committees do. This is just so reminiscent, and I can take it back to the maps. We had a bipartisan committee. We agreed on a map, came out, got another map. We negotiated on that map. We agreed on that map, and
Stay
then
on the
finally
question.
we got to finally.
Stay on the
No, this is all
question,
related
Judy.
to this is all related to credibility. So we think we have an agreement made. We think that we're on the same page. We don't want to go ahead and tax our residents to the max. We make that agreement, and then today we come forward and we have a completely different scenario that we're looking at. We need to look at the fact that what we need today, that our tax dollars can cover with this levy, and at the 2.5%, it's all included in there. We need to be cognizant of the fact that that we're hurting and that we may be going into recession, and we need to vote for our taxpayers. And our taxpayers would say no to 4%.
Okay, we have been asked to call for a question, so we will have a roll call vote. Sorry, I'm sorry, we are voting on 4% CPI. County Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller.
Yes.
Frizalone.
No.
Newquist.
Yes.
Ogala.
No.
Flagel.
Yes.
Mustas.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Tyson.
Yes.
Gazanfer.
No.
Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich.
No.
Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman.
Yes.
Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman.
Yes.
Curlitis. Cowan.
Yeah. 12 members voting in the affirmative, the motion fails. Speak.
Okay, so now we're going to go to the original motion that is on your agenda. Even though I did not support it at committee, we'll just go ahead, unless there are some other amendments that somebody else wants to make. Because I really don't want to.
We will go to the, as you requested, we'll go to the original amendment. So do we need a motion in a second? We had it already. We need a sec, we need a motion by Trenier, seconded by Frizalone, or, yes? Okay, so now we are voting on the 2.5. County Clerk, please take the, County Clerk, please take the roll. Oh, I'm sorry, is there any discussion on the 2.5?
I'll just say. And asked for additional funds. They told us they couldn't get employees to take jobs here because we underpay so badly in our county that even when they're an excellent candidate, we want to hire them, we offer them the job, they say they're going to take it, they find out the pay, and they say, nope, I can't work for that amount of money. This is the state's attorney and the sheriff's department. These are the two, like, super law enforcement, positions in our county that help keep all of our residents safe. And they're telling us there's a problem. The health department comes to us. They have not had a raise in their levy, and I don't even know how many years. I just looked at the most recent years, the last 3 years. We just are coming out of a pandemic that, well, who knows, maybe we'll have another one tomorrow, or maybe this will get worse again next month. We're not going to continue to get CARES money. That's gone. The ARPA funds, when they're gone, and you can't just, we're going to have problems. And that is why I thought I would give it a second shot at the 4%. We have board members that were not at the committee. We've had board members that have been traveling. Judy, you've been gone most of this month, not able to voice your opinion. There are other people in your same seat. So I thought it only fair to give people at least an opportunity to think about it. no time was I never not going to go to the 2.5. But we didn't even have a full committee meeting last Tuesday. We had 2 people missing. So I do think it's foolhardy to go this low, but we've got to pass the levy today.
County Board Member Mustis.
I think that the 2.5% increase is more than adequate to meet the needs of the county, including some of those issues of perhaps even salaries. As I've said many times,
Salaries don't go away.
county-wide elected officials have internal control. They have control over their starting pay and they can control their budgets. But having said that, I just wanted to say that I support the 2.5%, and I will vote yes. Even though I'm generally opposed to any tax increase, I will vote yes for the 2.5%. Thank you.
County Board Member Gallo.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that, yes, unfortunately, I had bronchitis this month and I was not able to attend a lot of meetings, but I did listen in. I love WebEx. Thank goodness that was the best thing that came out of COVID, was that we have WebEx and you're able to listen at home. So I've listened in actively during the meeting, or I've asked Beth to send me the link so I could listen at home. And the only one I was not able to hear was the land use, which is why I had those questions earlier. So thank you for giving me that opportunity, Jackie, but I was listening in. Thank you.
Okay, no, that's good.
County Board Member Ventura.
Yes, for the last 4 years, this board has had to hear me beat a dead horse about salaries, about increasing the pay to our salaries. To Jim Eustis's point, these county-wides had internal control. They did not increase the salaries when we knew this was coming, long before the inflation was at 9%, 8%, 7%. And even earlier this year, I asked for a resolution to make sure every county board member or county board employee, was making over $15 an hour. We couldn't even get that resolution to come before this. So, and I've asked in committee, I've asked outside of committee for there to be a line item for collective bargaining to make sure that the salaries are included in there, or to include it into the payroll line. Those were all denied. So I want to put people first, but apparently the rest of this county doesn't feel the same when it comes to paying our people. So I will continue to advocate for a living wage and indexing those salaries to inflation. But however, this county has not taken the appropriate steps to do that. And I hope that moving forward, that department heads will seriously take this in consideration. I hope that our collective bargaining unit will seriously hold elected officials accountable for the timeline, so that we can make sure we have balanced budgets, putting people first. Today, I've not heard from the Democrats on how we're going to spend that money to make families whole, to shrink the wealth gap, to actually help our struggling families. And I have one of the poorest districts, maybe the poorest district in the county. And I know what it's like for working families right now. And it's tough. So because of the unprecedented funding from CARES and ARPA and the online sales and personal property tax, we have an opportunity to not only help families, but to grow our budget. And so I will be supporting 2.5%, and I hope that this passes. Thank you.
County Board Member Frizzalone.
Yeah, I want to remind everybody that's gone through the budget, there is salary increases in every single personnel line item. That didn't happen in the past. We left it up to the departments to figure out how they were going to move their budgets around. There are increases in every single personnel line item this time. And no one seemed on your side of the aisle, and the executive certainly didn't have a problem with a zero in the replacement tax money with the 5% increase. Then when the big number comes down, we took $5.5 million of that money and added it to the budget. $5.5 more million than the original budget was at. And we took the other 3 and said, we're able to reduce the rate to 2.5%. So it's basically the same budget we had before, plus $5.5 million. So I'm not sure, again, how far you want to go. We've put extra money in there. The sheriff's been taken care of in this with 2.4, the SA with $1 million, $1 million for the health department, and all the other ones that I told you that we added that were not in the budget when it was presented to us by the executive. So I am for the 2.5%. I know it's a bitter pill to swallow for some of my caucus, but I'm asking them to support this. This is the best thing that we can get for our constituents to at least, hopefully, take some of the pain out of the increases. And I know, everybody says the tax rate is down, but this is a bad year for increased assessed values. So we're not going to see the negative tax rate, which we have in the past, see it affect people in a positive way because of the increase in values, the assessed value. So again, I'm asking my caucus. I know it's tough for some of you. You can blame me. I need you to vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are voting on the 2.5% CPI. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. No. Ogala. Yes. Flegel. No. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Okay. Tyson. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. No. Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. No. Balich. Brooks. No. Winfrey. Parker. Yes. Ventura. Yes. Coleman. No. Markham. Berkowitz? Yes. Pretzel? Yes. Weigel? Yes. Freeman? Curlitis? Cowan? All right.
Gotta go back to
Mitchell? Mitchell? Tyson? Balich?
I hate taxes. I think it's ridiculous. We should be going for zero.
You have to just vote, sir. You
I
gotta
never
vote.
voted ever for one of these stupid things.
Right.
I don't want to have to vote yes, but I want to puke.
Curlitis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 affirmative.
With 14 members voting yes, the motion carries. Chair Trinier.
We are on to item number 3, transferring appropriations within the American Rescue Plan Fund, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Freeman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Newquist. Yes. Ogala. Yes. Flegel. Yes. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier.
Yes.
Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Balich. Yes. Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Yes. Parker. Yes. Ventura. Yes. Coleman. Yes. Markham. Yes. Berkowitz. Yes. Pretzel. Yes. Weigel. Yes. Freeman. Yes. Curlitis. Cowan.
26 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
And I want to thank everybody for voting yes on that, and I want to, again, be thankful that we got this ARPA fund money, $10 million worth of repairs and needed improvements that are going to be paid for with ARPA fund money in this year's budget. That's $10 million that's not taxpayer, or excuse me, not property tax money, and it's it's improvements that we needed, like the ADF roof and the CAC building. So it's good we had those ARPA rescue fund monies. Number 4, authorizing a temporary loan to the Workforce Services Division, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Mustis. Previous roll call by Van Dyne, seconded by Brooks. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 5, appropriating, restore, reinvest, and renew R3 direct support grant, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Newquist. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 6, 22-331, appropriating grant funds in Sunny Hill Nursing Home fiscal year 22 budget from Health Resources and Services Administration, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Fritz. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 7, 22-332, appropriating grant funds in the coroner's fiscal year 2022 budget, and I so move.
Second.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Ganzifer. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 8, 22-333, appropriating grant funds in the county clerk fiscal year 22 budget from the Illinois State Board of Elections, HAVA Election Security Grant 2022, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Ganzifer. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 9, 22-334, appropriating grant funds in the county clerk fiscal year budget from the 2022 nonprofit Vote Inc., and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Ganzifer, seconded by Belge. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 10, 22-335, appropriating grant funds in the county clerk fiscal year 22 budget from the Illinois State Board of Elections Voter Registration State Grant 2022, and I so move.
Second.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Ganzifer. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 11, 22-336, appropriating grant funds in the county clerk fiscal year 22 budget from the Illinois State Board of Elections Polling Place Accessibility Grant fiscal year 2023, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Ganzifer, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Before you go on, I'm just gonna, we can, unless there's an objection, I will move through these a little more quicker. I will be looking down, so just say, stop me if you need a discussion, all right? County Board Member Trenier.
22-337, appropriating grant funds in the county clerk fiscal year 22 budget from the Illinois State Board of Elections Voter Registration State Grant 2023, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Mustis. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Ogala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-338, transferring funds within the Will County Community Health Department fiscal year 22 budget administration, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Newquist. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-339, transferring funds within Will County Community Health Center fiscal year 22 budget, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-340, transferring funds within the Will County Health Department fiscal year 22 budget, behavioral health, and I so move.
Second.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Ganzifer. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 16, 22-341, transferring funds within the Will County Health Department fiscal year 22 budget, family health services, and I so move.
Motion by Trenier, seconded by Weigel. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Coleman. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. County Board Member Berkowitz, I'm sorry, I went too fast.
Question, how much of a need is there right now for continued contact tracing? And I'm just looking at the costs. I believe there was a grant that was paying for some of this. Is this grant money? And when you look at the itemized costs, you see 25,000 for overtime, and is that still, have these already been incurred, or are they anticipating
Sue,
this cost?
This is going to be for you, but do me a favor too, because I said I was going to look down, so go, you come up, Sue, I'll do it. I was looking down, so if this is going to change your vote, you got to yell out first, so because the vote's already been taken, but we'll get you this information.
Does not impact these funding transfers. COVID tracing does not, contact tracing does not impact these particular transfers, so I'm happy to cover them in public health and safety if Sue wants to prepare those numbers for that time.
Specific question on a specific transfer, in other words, like 338, 339, 340, what?
My question is, do you see the same need for contact tracing today that we had a year ago?
No.
No, okay.
No.
So the cost, I'm looking at the cost in this. You've got 25,000 in overtime, or, overtime.
Which resolution are you on?
It's the 341.
Okay,
Contact tracing.
okay.
So I'm just wondering, are these costs being reduced, or?
No,
No, it's being transferred to family health.
Point of order, after a vote's been taken, are we allowed to have more discussion on the item?
Truthfully, no, but I felt bad because I was looking down, she had her button pressed, yeah.
A matter for the committee as the chair offered.
Yes. Is it fine?
Number 17, 22-342, ratification of a grant agreement between the County of Will, the Will County State's Attorney, and the Illinois Criminal Justice Information Authority, ICJA, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Mutler. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Newquist. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-343, transferring appropriations within various county budgets, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Gansfer, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-344, authorizing county executive to execute necessary documents for delinquent tax program, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Cowan. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Flagel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Our next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for November 1st, so if you're out trick-or-treating, make sure you get home in time to make it to the meeting on November 1st at 11 a.m. Next month, we will be voting and approving a budget for fiscal year 2023. And would be nice if we all put our heads together and came up with something we could agree on. Thank you.
County Board Member Van Dyne, Public Works and Transportation. Chairman Van
Thank you,
Dyne.
Madam Executive. Starting with Resolution 22-345, amending Will County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 73, all county board districts, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Coleman. Discussion. Previous roll by Gansifer, seconded by Trinier. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-346, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for design engineering services from Route 6 to Will Cook Road, County Board District 7, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Ballage. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-347, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for right-of-way acquisition services from County Country Lane East to Illinois Route 394, County Board District 1, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Gould. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-348, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for right-of-way acquisition services from County Highway 26, County Board District 6, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Newquist, previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Tyson, all in favor. Any opposed, motion carries.
22-349, authorizing approval of supplemental professional services agreement for design engineering services, County Board District Number 12, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Cruitis, previous roll call by Parker, seconded by Newquist, all in favor. Any opposed, motion carries.
22-350, improvement by county under the Illinois Highway Code for Laraway Road using the MFT funds in County Board District 12, $1,427,038.31, and I make the motion.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman, previous roll call by Weigel, seconded by Gould, all in favor. Any opposed, motion carries.
22-351, authorizing approval of supplemental professional services agreement for design engineering services, County Board Districts 8 and 12, and I'll make the motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman, previous roll call by Pretzel, seconded by Fritsch, all in favor. Any opposed, motion carries.
22-352, authorizing approval of an IDOT County Joint Agreement for improvements of Laraway Road, County Highway 74, and County Board District 12, and I'll make the motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Mueller, previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Newquist, all in favor. Any opposed, motion carries.
22-353, authorizing approval of expenditure of rebuild Illinois funds, $8,235,023.21 for Laraway Road, County Board District 12, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman, previous roll call by Fritz, seconded by Parker, all in favor. Any opposed, motion carries.
22-354, rescinding resolution number 21-441 and authorizing approval of an IDOT County Joint Agreement for improvements on Bell Road, County Board District 7, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Frizzalone, previous roll call by Balich, seconded by Fritz, all in favor. Any opposed, motion carries.
Lastly, 22-355, authorizing approval of supplemental professional services agreement for design engineering services on County Highway 16 and County Board District 7, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman, previous roll call by Markham, seconded by Winfrey, all in favor. Any opposed, motion carries.
The next Public Works and Transportation Committee meeting is scheduled for November 1st, 2022 at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Executive. The next Diversity and Inclusion Committee is scheduled for Wednesday, November the 2nd at 10 o'clock. There's a strong possibility we will have a draft resolution at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. County Board Member, Chairman Ventura, Public Health and Safety Committee.
Yes, good afternoon. So the first item I have is 22-356, increasing the private pay rates for Sunny Hill Nursing Home. I will make the motion, but I will be a no on this, and should I wait for a second, or should I give the reason?
We've done it all ways, so it who's seconded by Trenier. Go ahead, you can speak.
So we have 32 private pay residents at Sunny Hill. There's a couple of different line items in your packet, but the current rate is $240. The proposed increase is $215. This was in comparison to other private facilities, not government-run facilities in the area who charge more. The Medicaid rate or Medicare, the public aid costs that we end up charging and getting from the other residents is $435. So when they increase this rate, it will basically there's a required spend down process. This would make those 32 residents have to spend down quicker. I voted no on this in committee because I believe that these residents who are paying down, some of the family members are supported by the dollars that they have in their account, and when it's gone, it's gone. And I think that they've paid into this system. If they were a Will County resident their whole life, they paid into it their whole life. And this is an area that Sunny Hill is a safety net for our seniors, and I think that this is important that we fund this, but these increases don't actually fund this. I mean, we fund this through other means, so I don't see the necessary needs to increase this and impact families. Sunny Hill will continue to operate at the current rate of $240, and I think that this is a place where You've paid in elsewhere in taxes, and this is a subsidized rate because you have paid in taxes for services like this. So I will be no on this. It was a mixed review in committee, so I will ask for a roll call.
County Board Member Mustis.
Yeah, I also a little hesitant here. I know we've done this in the past. You know, I don't know what the reasoning or the justification. What is the justification to increase it? You know, I've heard this these pay down situations all the time. Well, you're making them pay down quicker, but it still means that, you know, there's other things in life that they may need that now once they get to Medicaid, you know, they're not going to be able to have anymore because they had to spend all their money. You know, it could be whatever, you know, an extra pair of slippers or something they wanted or whatever. So, you know, this idea, let's make them as poor as quickly as we can, isn't a reason. So I don't know, what is the justification for raising it? I suppose you can use some of a market survey. But
Maggie's
you know,
coming
it's just
down,
hard. Yeah, I just want to hear the justification.
Good morning. Well, actually afternoon now. The justification, actually, when I looked at this, we haven't actually increased our rates for the last 3 years. Our last increase occurred on January 1 of 20. We're not looking to roll this out or make it effective until January 1 of 23. I'm obliged to give a 30-day notice to our power of attorney family members in advance. The justification is, when I look at this, part of my fiscal responsibility is to bring this before you and address it in terms of what the cost factors for Sunny Hill are. Looking at our cost report, and the cost report is actually retrospective, it's from 2021. So our actual cost per resident day is $435.71. That's over $120 that obviously the county would have to absorb per resident per day. And that's going to be ultimately your decision whether that happens or not. But the money has to come from somewhere. As we've gone out to bid for various goods and services, we've all seen a tremendous increase in all our costs. We're looking retrospectively at costs from 2021. I would venture to say that that actual cost will actually end up being higher in actuality. So again, if the county is willing to absorb those additional costs, then yes, we could go with less, but I'm just putting the facts before you in terms of what it's actually costing. And we're not coming anywhere close. We look at all the other facilities that are listed here, and I've listed 6 of them, and they're the ones that are very well known in the area. You know, all of those costs are way in excess of what Sunny Hill is even asking at this point, and we're charging $240 now. I don't think it's out of the realm of it's in keeping in line with what all the other nursing facilities in the area are actually charging. So I'm looking to, you know, increase that. The other thing we need to remember that most of our rooms are actually private rooms, and most of our residents actually fall under skilled care. Additionally, if you look at the rates, Sunny Hill is the only facility that actually is inclusive of ancillary items. So when we talk about wheelchairs and oxygen and isolation needs and all those additional things that all the other facilities are charging for, Sunny Hill does not charge for them. And I just want to also mention, out of all these nursing homes, Sunny Hill has a 5-star rating. Any of the other nursing homes do not. So again, I'm just putting the facts before you. I think it's something we need to consider.
County Board Member Colitis.
I was not in favor of this during committee. I understand the needs. I would have been more open to something more conservative and modest, so, sorry.
County Board Member Frizzalone.
Maggie, you do a great job.
I appreciate that. Thank you. My team does a great job.
And I think we're justified in moving up. We have to understand that costs are rising. The county is I mean, we've taken care of the building and done a lot of things that the county has paid for, which is all part of the cost. And the county does, in that respect, subsidize what's going on over there. I think $315 is still a reasonable rate. I just went through this process. When you see these numbers out here, like Maggie says, with inclusive rate, no, most of these rates are probably $50 to $100 more a day when you start adding all the things on that get it on. So we're well within the range that somebody that can't afford other places is getting a heck of a deal here. So I'm a yes.
I just wanted to add also that when families apply for public aid, most of our residents, when they admit, they're already in the process, in the spend down process and looking to go on public aid. We have a fiscal technician that works one-on-one with those families. It's not an easy process. And typically, you know, from start to finish, it can take the best part of a year to get somebody on public aid. So it's not an easy process, but most of our residents, I would venture to say, I think right now about 70% of our residents are public aid. So they've all been through this process, or it's already a process that's in motion for them. And those private pay, all of them are looking to go on public aid. And again, in the next month or two, we probably have another 10 residents or so that we've been able to successfully get on public aid.
Thank you. That's all. No more
Thank you.
questions. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Frizalone. Newquist. Ogala. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer.
We're voting on the increasing the private pay rate for Sunny Hill.
Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Fritz. Oh, Cowan, sorry. No. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Yes.
16, yes.
6 in the affirmative, the motion carries. County Board Member, Chair Ventura.
Yep, next item is 22-357, renewing contract for nursing home services at Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Sorry. Motion by Ventura, seconded by Gould. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Frizalone. Newquist. Ogala. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura.
Yes.
Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Cowan. 24.
24 in the affirmative, all, motion carries.
Next item, 22-358, renewing contracts for disposable washcloths for Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Flagel. Do we have to? Can we just do previous? Okay, previous.
When they come back.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll. I'm going to teach them.
Mueller. Frizalone. Newquist. Ogala. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Zanfer is not here. Trainier is not here. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne is not here. Balich. Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Parker. Ventura.
Yes.
Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Prolitis. Cowan. Trainier. That's all we have right now. Rooms 24, it's 24 affirmative.
24 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
22-359, renewing contracts for disposable incontinence supplies for Sunny Home Nursing Home. I so move, and please everyone stay in your seats.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Tyson. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-360, renewing contracts for exam gloves for Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Ventura, seconded by Trenier. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Markham. Would you like to be a yes, Joe?
Sure.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I also wanted to give a special thank you to Debbie Kalidas for bringing vital signs before our committee and then providing a book for all of us, as well as Dr. Kathleen Berg, who is helping implement this program and get the information out to our community. So thank you to both of you. And our next Public Health and Safety Committee meeting is scheduled for November 1st, 2022 at 1 p.m.
Thank you. County, or Chair Coleman, Legislative and Judicial Committee.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Oh, where's my report? I'm sorry. There's a report to be placed on file, a monitoring report from the Will County Jail, and it was submitted by the Illinois Department of Corrections. Moving on to 22-36.
No, you need a motion.
I'm
You
sorry.
need a motion by Coleman, seconded by Brooks. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Trenier. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. 22-361. A statement in support of 6-month delay of the implementation of the Safety Act, and I so move.
Motion by Coleman, seconded by Balich. Any discussion? Yes. Just kidding. County Board Member Frizalone.
I am confused. So the state's attorney told us that all these things are gonna happen. People are gonna have to be let out of jail. And the governor and the Speaker of the House is saying that's not true, you're lying. So who's lying? Are the people gonna be let out or not let out? I don't get it. They're all Democrats talking, so maybe you guys could answer that for me. No. I'd like an answer.
We're not legislators. We're here voting on,
I
we're here
understand, but the
we're here
legislators-
voting on whether or not the 6-month delay, we're going to send a resolution to our legislators regarding the 6-month delay. So we're not going to be able to answer your questions because it's not our legislation. We can answer questions regarding what the 6-month delay, what the point of that is, but I don't. So we are voting on whether or not to support
It's
a
hard for
letter
me to
to our
vote if the
legislators
information
for a
isn't correct.
6-month delay in the implementation of Safety Act.
And
So.
this is-
So, Madam
County Board-
Executive,
Yes.
I'm pretty sure everyone was present at this meeting,
Mm-hmm.
or the committee meeting, and we all unanimously said for it to be a 6-month delay. And I'm certain that Mr. Frizalone was there when the sheriff, state's attorney, and the judge spoke. So this is just us saying, it's a lot of questions. I'm sure your office is going to write a wonderful statement for us to review before it's submitted. Oh, thank you. And that's what we voted on.
All right. County Board Member Balich, to the question.
It's another one of those things that are totally illogical. You know, there's nothing in that bill that's any good at all. It's all garbage. So I think it has to be repealed. We should change the motion to repeal, but we wasted time because if you vote for this, it'll be the opposite. So, but our state's attorney said it's unconstitutional. And if you read it, which I did, I don't find anything redeemable in the whole damn thing. The whole thing's stupid. So, unless you vote to repeal it, I'll be saying no all the time.
Can we
I
call
think it's
the
dumb.
roll call?
Well, no, you cannot, you're the chair. So County Board Member O'Gala? Somebody can, but not you. County Board Member O'Gala.
Thank you. So I was also at that same meeting when we had our chief judge, our state's attorney, Jim Glasgow, and our sheriff come and speak to us about the Safety Act and what they felt would happen. I was also there when at the end of the conversation, our state's attorney came back, slammed his hand down on the desk and said, "This law is unconstitutional and it needs to be repealed." I'm also aware of the fact that 100 of our 102 state's attorneys in the state of Illinois do not support this legislation. Therefore, I would like to make a motion to change the wording instead of in support of a 6-month delay to repeal the Safety Act.
Second.
So we hit, all right. It's people who wanted to speak on this, you have to hold, so we're now addressing the motion to repeal the, to send a letter to the legislators requesting them to appeal, we're not appealing here, to repeal the Safety Act. So if you'd like discussion on that, please hit your buttons now. This is no longer about the delay. So we have County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So I actually pressed my button because I had further clarification for Mike Frisalone's question. He asked a question and it wasn't answered, and Sheriff Kelly is here.
I need you to, can you speak to whether, you guys, I'm going to start getting really impatient because we can do this all day. We know this is a hot topic. So what we are voting on whether or not we are going to send a letter asking to repeal. So if you have comments on whether or not we are going to repeal, send a letter to repeal, then we will focus on that question. So if you have something regarding the process of how we do the repeal or something like that, but that is what we're voting on, to send, so if it,
Yeah, thank you. I don't, not that I'm for this act or against the act. I think repealing would be the wrong answer at this point. I want to give our legislators some more time, 6 months more time, to try to work between the Democrats and the Republicans and see if they can come up with an agreement between them first. So I think the delay is the right way to go right now, so thank you.
thank you. County Board Ventura, regarding the motion.
Yes, in regards to repealing, I would ask that this board vote no. What this bill does is modernizes sentencing laws, replaces cash bail with a new system that detains all dangerous defendants regardless of their ability to pay. It institutes certification and decertification systems statewide for police officers. It requires the use of body cameras. It reforms crowd control response. It amplifies law enforcement training standards. It connects substance abuse treatment programs with first responder duties. It increases and improves de-escalation and mental health training for our law enforcement. It requires police officers to develop a plan to protect children during search warrant raids, addresses officers' wellness and mental health awareness and screenings. It bans the use of chokeholds and other extreme measures. What it does not do is it does not defund the police. It does not modify or remove protections to allow police departments to be sued. It does not change or take away collective bargaining rights. It does not allow for those who are charged with a serious offense or a risk to the persons or communities or pose a risk flight to be released. And it does not prevent a judge from revoking pretrial release, and it does not alter prison time for individuals serving time currently. So I would ask that before we jump to the political popularity of ending this and repealing it, we think about what this bill is actually doing for our law enforcement. There's a lot of really good things in this bill. And for our Republicans to sit here and say that they don't think there's anything good in this bill, I think you need to read the bill. So I will be a no on repealing. I will also be a no on the delay, but I'll save that, I guess, for the next round.
Okay. County Board Member Balich on the repeal.
Yeah, on the repeal, just think about this. If it gets repealed, we got to set a certain date or whatever. So maybe it's, well, let's just assume it's a holiday like January 1st. Everyone's out partying on New Year's Eve. They come home, there's a guy laying on your front, or a lady, laying on the front porch on a sleeping bag, and you tell them, get out of here, it's my house. And they stand up and go, no, I'm staying here. You call the police, and the police say, would you please leave? They go, no. And guess what? That ends it. The police are removed from the equation. So then, if somebody's mad enough, I would never do this. I'd never go get a baseball bat and whack them in the head, but somebody else might. And then what happens? You get arrested, and then you get booked, but you get let go too because there's no bail. You know, I mean, this is just a moondoggle, and then you don't have no bail. So now guess what? The criminals can do whatever the hell they want. And then you can break your ankle bracelet, and then you're not escaping for 48 hours? How about that one? I'll go get the witness, and I'll beat the daylights out of him, make him scared so he won't testify for. Wait a minute. That happened in Chicago. The guy broke his ankle bracelet and went and killed the only witness. So we can go on and on and on about this stuff, but there's nothing in there that's redeemable. Everything in there hurts the police. If I was a policeman now, I'd be scared to respond. I might lose my house. So let's really think about it. Just because the state says it's right, the state says a lot of stuff that's wrong. And not one Republican voted for it, and not one Republican will vote for whatever they think they're going to fix, because it will still be junk.
County Board Member Mustis.
I'm going to take a little different concerns here. First, let me say that, and I've said this for 50 years, no nonviolent person who's charged with a nonviolent crime that's a low-grade felony or misdemeanor should be held in jail because they're poor. I mean, no one should be held in jail because they can't come up with $500. So I do think, you know, we have to look at fairness in the system. And I think that over the years, I think judges and state's attorneys' offices have tried to mitigate some of that unfairness because you're poor. So having said that, here's my concern about the Safety Act, which we don't talk about. I brought this up, I think, a couple of months ago. It's going to put for Will County, it will put millions of dollars worth of cost to Will County. The state's not going to pay for it. You know, we're talking about, we have a state's attorney's office who says we need another 1.6 million just to address being compliant with the Safety Act. And I think that basically came to, they needed probably, eventually they'll have 12 state's attorneys, assistant state's attorneys. This is all they're going to do, is these detention hearings. We have a sheriff's department that tells us we need more money because of the Safety Act. Okay? And then we haven't heard from probation. Who's going to monitor these folks? So, you know, I think we've talked about unfunded mandates on a pretty continual basis. How's the state going to help Will County pay for the new procedures, would be my question. And so, based on that, I would like to see it repealed, and let's start over. And if you want to just, let's focus on perhaps the bond issue, and I think we can come up with something that's pretty much better. Now, unlike Steve, I didn't read the 700 pages of the act, you know, so there's a bunch of other things in there, even though we kind of focus on this bond portion. But I just think there's a better way of approaching this. And it puts a lot of cost on Will County, and I don't know, you know, well, I think the state then should help us fund this. So we need to go back and say, well, you need to put a funding portion to this now that we know what it might be costing. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker Cowan.
Thanks. So the attachment includes the language that was supported unanimously in committee, which I just heard a lot of people say we shouldn't question what the committee has to say and change things on the floor. Obviously, we're able to do that. But we don't have language written for repeal. This is a big subject. It's contentious. So I would suggest that if the vote, I wouldn't suggest that people vote for repeal being put into this because we don't have language. We don't know what we're voting on. Should it fail, I would suggest that the chair of the committee, since Leader Frizzlone was the one who initially suggested the 6-month delay and he no longer supports the motion, I would suggest that the chair amend their original motion to remove the item from the agenda. That's a suggestion. It's not a motion.
All right. Madam, so right now we are going to be voting on, the amendment to send a letter to repeal the Safety Act. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. This is to repeal.
Mueller. Frizzalone. Newquist. Ogalla. Flagel. Mustis. Mitchell. Tyson. Gazanfer. Trainier. Fritz. Gould. Van Dyne. Balich. Brooks. Winfrey. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Cowan. We're missing Denise.
Oh, Denise.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 affirmative, 13 negative? Yeah. 12 affirmative, 13 negative. 12 affirmative, 13 negative.
13 affirmative, the motion fails. Chair Coleman. Okay, so we have a motion by Coleman to remove, seconded by Ventura. Can we do a previous one? Madam Clerk, so now we're just asking to remove it from the agenda. Any discussion? No? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mueller. Yes. Frizzalone. Yes. Newquist. Yes. Ogalla. Yes. Flagel. Yes. Mustis. Yes. Mitchell. Yes. Tyson. Yes. Gazanfer. Yes. Trainier. Yes. Fritz. Yes. Gould. Yes. Van Dyne. Yes. Balich. Yes. Brooks. Yes. Winfrey. Yes. She was walking from the bathroom. Parker. Ventura. Coleman. Markham. Berkowitz. Pretzel. Weigel. Freeman. Krolitis. Cowan. 24 or 25, 1. Yeah, 25, 1.
25 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Chair Coleman.
Dash 362, supporting changes to the Veterans Assistance Commission law, and I so move.
Second.
Motion by Coleman, seconded by Brooks. No discussion, previous roll call? By Ventura, seconded by Newquist. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
You can just ask, yeah. We can just ask Berkowitz. It's
25.
Berkowitz, are you going to be in support okay. So we have, I'm sorry, who did previous roll call? Ventura? Seconded by Newquist, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, our next meeting is November 9th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
County, do you have a Mm-hmm.
That ever being part of a parliamentary procedure.
Pass?
I've heard of a pass,
Yeah.
or, I abstain, but I've never heard come back to me.
Nope.
And I've read the rules, so can we establish that's not something you can
You are
do as part of a
100%
roll
correct.
call
There
vote?
should not be a comeback to me. If you are called on to vote, you should vote.
But you can pass.
You can pass,
Oh,
but then
I
they
see.
don't come
I
back.
agree. I was just trying to, I mumbled it here every
You know,
time, but
I
I've
mean,
been trying to be
it-
polite. You're right.
So, at first, maybe only one person was doing it. Now there's a half a dozen doing it. It's like, it's not part of the
Correct.
procedure. You have to vote.
That's correct.
You can pass, and which means
And
they don't have
that's
to,
it.
you don't have to come back. You can abstain for some reason if you think you have, but come back to me. I think we need to stop that.
It's a pass.
Mary, would you concur?
Right. Yes, she's on, isn't it? No?
I already did.
Yeah.
Yes,
All
you
right.
are 100% correct on that.
But parliamentary, I was going to wait till the end to say this, but
another
in
time.
our rules, in Robert's Rules of Order, when the roll call begins, discussion ends. There has been a ton of times that people ask questions. Now, the question of what are we voting on, that's a clarification question, I understand that. But when there's discussions, questions to staff, that has to end. The discussion is before roll call begins. Once the call begins, we're supposed to go through it entirely, and I agree with Jim.
We do the best we can here. I agree with you, but, so we're going to, sorry, folks, we have to take a few-minute break because we up here don't get to walk in and out. So we're going to be back in 5 minutes, not even. Make your phone calls, do what you ever do. Leave these bathrooms alone so these folks can go in there. Let's bring this meeting back to order, please. All right. Chairman Brooks, you are going to be up, sir. Back and start the meeting. We're going to have County Board Member Chairman Brooks is going to start committee. We'll get you at the end. We'll get you during your comments. Please state your comments at the end. You'll have your comments at the end. Thank you.
Okay, who's on third?
You're up,
All
sir.
right. Good afternoon, Madam Executive and ladies and gentlemen that's still here. I don't have any resolutions for capital improvement. However, I just want to remind everyone tomorrow, 10 a.m. in the beautiful city of Wilmington and Catfish Days, that there'll be a ribbon cutting for the pre-launch of the RNG facility. If you haven't got the invite, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., RNG facility. I was out there 2 weeks ago, and it's almost completed, and they've done a wonderful job. My next meeting is, I think, November 1.
Yes, sir.
All right, November 1. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Speaker Cowan, Executive Committee.
Okay. 22-363, amending Resolution 22-288, amending the parameters for the expenditure of the American Rescue Plan funds, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Ventura, seconded by Mueller. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-364, amending Resolution 22-289, authorizing the obligation and expenditure of ARPA funds for the Higher Education Scholarship Program to recruit nurses and teachers, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Brooks. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries.
22-365, amending Resolution 22-290, authorizing the obligation and expenditure of ARPA funds for the Economic Development Pillar, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
So I would like to make a motion to remove from agenda 22-366, reconsideration of Resolution 22-292.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-367, allowing the Will County Treasurer to accept a single bidder rule for annual tax sale, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Trenier. Previous roll call by Tyson, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-368, authorizing the Will County Executive to amend the lease with the City of Joliet for Specialty Courts Program at 10 South Chicago Street, Joliet, Illinois, 60432, and I so move.
Second. Motion by Cowan, seconded by Markham. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Ventura. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-369, authorizing the county executive to execute the contract with Schindler Elevator Company for maintenance and service of elevators and escalators at the Will County Courthouse, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Moostis. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-370, awarding bid for office cleaning at various Will County office buildings, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Ventura. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
22-371, awarding bid for elevator maintenance at various Will County office buildings, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Tyson. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Freeman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-372, awarding contract for security guard services at Sunny Hill Nursing Home, adult probation and workforce services, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-373, renewing bid for snow removal at various county buildings, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Gould. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-374, renewing computer printer remanufactured and new toner cartridges printer maintenance and yearly cleaning contract, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Coleman, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-375, authorizing emergency procurement of a liquid natural gas supply as a temporary natural gas supply solution in support of commissioning and operations of the Will County RNG plant, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Markham. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-376, requesting consent of the Illinois Department of Transportation to the reappointment of the incumbent as Will County engineer.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-377, appropriating funds for the payment of the county engineer's salary, MFT salary, section 23-bunches zeros CS, section 23 CS 19700 AC, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Frizzalone. Previous roll call by Mustis, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-378, authorizing the Will County Executive to enter into the subrecipient grant agreements for the distribution of the ARPA allocations, and I so move.
Second. Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-379, transferring funds within the state's attorney's money laundering budget, and I so move.
Second. Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mueller. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Coleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-380, replacement hire ICT director, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by O'Gala. Previous roll call by Frizzalone, seconded by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-381, replacement hire for Workforce Services Division Business Service Liaison, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Mustis. Previous roll call by Mueller, seconded by Markham. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
22-382, replacement hires for Sunny Hill Nursing Home, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Ventura. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Trenier. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I just want to say my committee went very smoothly. I know. The next executive committee meeting is scheduled for November 3rd, 2020 at 10 a.m. And at this time, I would like to make a motion to accept the county executive appointment for the Will County Supervisor of Assessments position.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Markham. Previous roll call by Trenier. Oh, sorry, go ahead. County Board Member Ventura.
Yes, I just wanted to put out there that our supervisor of assessments under Rhonda has been the model office, especially in assessment of in the energy sector. The fact that we have nuclear plants, oil refineries, coal plants, solar, and more. It is quite remarkable that she was able to do that in addition to commercial residents, farmland, and everything else that we have. So I want to say thank you to Rhonda and Cindy for having the lowest number of appeals in the state of Illinois. And then Dale, you fill large shoes, and so I wish him success as he meets or exceeds the precedence that has been left for him. Thank you.
We have we okay with the previous roll call? Previous roll call, I'm sorry, who said it? Somebody said previous, Winfrey, seconded by Trenier. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carry.
22-383, appointment of Will County Supervisor of Assessments, and I so move.
Motion by Cowan, seconded by Markham. Previous roll call by Freeman, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, this time, are there any public comments, if you have outlasted us, relative to the matters under the jurisdiction of the county? Any public comments? Going once? Nothing in, okay, going twice, 3 times. Now we'll go to, you'll have time when we do our county board members. Thank you. County board members' comments, so please hit your button. You each have 3 minutes. County board member
Just a couple of things, just to remind people that on November 30th, we'll host the Large Urban Counties Symposium for NACO right here. And so if you have not registered yet, it's up on the website, reminding people to do that. And also that the registration is up now for the annual legislative conference, which is February 11th through 14th in DC. So that is open now as well. So you need to follow our process, which is contact the speaker and make that known so that you can be a part of that as well. On a sad note, I have to acknowledge that Michael Clark, and some of you know him as the president of the NAACP local chapter, and also as the past president of the African American Business Association, which is a subset of the chamber, passed away yesterday at 41 from a heart attack. And so those of you who remember our previous board member, Edna Brass, it is her son-in-law. So I ask you to lift him up in prayer, that family, the Brasses and the Clarks. Thank you.
Yes, my sympathies to Mike Clark's family, including his wife, Essence Clark. I went to high school with her, so I really feel for that family. I wanted to also wish everyone a happy Halloween and to be safe. And lastly, I'd like to encourage everyone to exercise their right to vote on November 8th, and early voting starts on October 24th. Thank you.
Seeing no other county board member, can we have quiet? Can we get a little order here? Thank you. County board, any county leader, I can't remember who goes first. Leader Frizzalone or Leader Mueller? Who goes? Leader Mueller.
It is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I lost my dear sister in 2006 to breast cancer, and I lost my stepmother in April to breast cancer. So I would just like to remind everyone to get your mammograms. Men and women both can be struck by this disease. Thank you.
Thank you. County board member Frizzalone.
Yeah, I also want to mention breast cancer. My sister's going through radiation right now, so it's hitting close to home. And I try to get us at 2 o'clock, but we're good. So make sure you watch out with the kids walking. You know, it's going to start getting dark now a little bit. Watch out with the kids with Halloween. I think they're going to be out en masse this year. So they're talking about a big group. So just be wary of them. Happy Halloween.
Thank you. Speaker Cowan.
I'll just quickly say thanks again.
I had something. You didn't see my thing.
You were talking. Too bad. We're moving on. I went to county
yet.
grads. Go on. You were talking. Go ahead. No,
So
we're having
I
order.
just wanted to,
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I wanted,
You're out of order. We have your time. You were Chad. Go ahead.
I just
Speaker
wanted to
Cowan.
thank Deb Krolitis for reading the resolution about substance abuse disorder awareness month. And, thank Dr. Kathleen Burke for the really great work she does. And Deb talked a lot about parents being aware, and I just wanted to reiterate something we've all mentioned before, but Sheriff Mike Kelly has this van that'll come out to public meetings, and it's set up like a teenager's bedroom, and they'll show you all the sneaky places people hide things. And it's really kind of interesting to walk through. So if anybody's hosting, an outside event, a food truck festival, something like that, call the sheriff's office, get that to come out so parents can learn more. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Just a quick, we have some refreshments out there to welcome Dale and our new Director of ICT, Jason, so please stop by back there as well. I want to extend condolences to the Mike Clark family as well. He was a true role model to the community. We do not have a executive session today. We are recessed to November 7th, but I need a motion. Motion to Ventura, seconded by Trenier. All in favor? Any opposed? We are now recessed until November 17th, 2022.